Take your time, get settled, and do the pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Before we begin, could we have a motion for sealing of the non-public minutes?
I'll make such a motion to.
Thank you, John. And is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Chris. All in favor needs a roll call vote. John?
Aye.
Christine? Aye. Chris?
Aye.
Sandy?
Aye.
Charlie? Charlie is online today.
Aye.
Thank you, Charlie. All right, all in favor and I say aye. So that passes 6-0-0. Thank you. And also, as we begin, I would like to recognize members from the, how would we say it, Sandy? So we have budget members from our towns present. So I'd like to recognize those from Jaffrey.
Gary Arcesi is here as a selectman's representative for the town of Jaffrey.
Thank you. And do we have a Ringe representative today? I see a number of Ringe people, but is the selectman selected somebody for budget conversation? Not yet. So please do talk to the selectmen if this is something you'd like to be a representative for in Ringe. We are supposed to have 2 people for each town. So, and they should be coming to all the budget meetings. So thank you, Gary, for coming. And so yeah, please speak to the Ringe Select Board. They're the people who, if they don't do it, then they appoint people to do it. So we would love to have that input. Okay. Are there any changes to the agenda today? All right, then we are ready to get rolling.
Excellent. I'm gonna, if it's okay, skip the superintendent report and get into our presentations. We have quite a bit.
Here's an appropriate interjection. Sorry. Yes, go ahead.
All right, so the order of the budget presentations are SAU, student services, athletics, co-curriculars. I'd like to go in a little bit of a different order. I'd like to start with student services. That's a very, just want to help you out, Jen. There's some very good information there and a lot more detail than perhaps what I have in the SAU, and so early on is a better way to go. And then athletics and co-curriculars, which we've talked a little bit about at each step of the way. And so I wanted to have, I'm very excited to have Heather here today. And then my presentation will have pieces of both of those presentations. And so a little bit more of a summarization of it. And then I'll talk about facilities, and Carrie will weigh in on a variety of topics and certainly be able to help answer any questions. So, Jen?
So excited to sit here for a little bit and calm down before I get to go. But awesome. This is our fiscal year 27 budget presentation for student services. So I wanted to start a little bit to talk about this is kind of the overview of the presentation today. We'll talk about our core values and beliefs, mandated and monitored, things that we should know, what an educational disability means. There's been some questions about what it is that we do, and so I'm going to try to dig into that a little bit more. A role of a para, our budget priorities, and our highlights. Our core values and beliefs. This is something that we talk about across the entire district. The vision of the Jaffrey Ringe Cooperative School District is to inspire, engage, and empower all learners to thrive in their lives and communities. And our all means all. For us in student services, there's a lot of that that's legally mandated and morally obligated. For every action, there is a consequence, for better or for worse. And sometimes we take actions that we believe will lead us down one path, and they often can lead us to another. And those are things that we should be keeping in consideration as we move forward. That leads us to mandated and monitored. We talk a lot in student services about it's legally required. Much of our budget is in the default budget. It is legally required. There's nothing we can do about it, but I don't know that people understand the depth of what that is. So the IDEA is the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. It is a federal law that legally mandates the support and services for students who meet the criteria for an educational disability. It is about a 200 to 300 page document that is one guideline after another that very clearly outlines things from you have 10 days to do this, 15 days to do this. Some of those are calendar days and some of those are business days. The expectations that are within the IDEA are pretty substantial. Additionally, what people may not know is the state of New Hampshire guidelines often surpass the federal guidelines. So the federal guidelines may give you 25 days and the state gives you 15. That is an example and not actually a true example of anything. But the federal guidelines often surpass, and those we are highly monitored on. Things such as our dropout and graduation rate for students with disabilities, our preschool transition dates, the day somebody turns 3, regardless of when that falls in the school year, they are entitled to services within the school district. We are highly monitored on, did those services happen at the date of age 3? Time in an educational and general education setting versus a special ed setting, highly monitored. Test scores compared to general ed test scores. The number of students who participate in state testing who are identified with educational disabilities. Transition plans out of high school. Discipline, service logs, Medicaid logs. When we talk about what is required to be part of special education, the monitored and mandated pieces cannot be underemphasized. For instance, since school has started, we have undergone a Medicaid audit, an LEA determinations audit, which is a whole bunch of those things that are listed here. All of these pieces they're checking. Are we meeting these criteria? We are in the middle of a program approval and general supervision audit, where they are auditing every aspect of our IEPs, of our evaluation process, of the places where students go to get services. Let's see, we have Medicaid, LEA. One of our schools is an ATSI school, meaning that our test scores between general ed and regular ed have a disparity. And we are in a place where now we're being audited at that. What are we doing and how can we do that better? All of these things are extraordinarily time consuming and right to do, but they're all based on law that keeps changing. So not only are we highly mandated and monitored, the laws change on what is expected regularly. The impact of that is there are conversations often about why are there so many special educators? Why are there so much administration in the special education? Because someone has to be on top of, and usually someone's, all of these things. What is the law saying now? What are the expectations? And are we monitoring that while still providing valuable services and education for students? So those are things for you to be aware of what goes into special education. The best part of special education is working with students, is providing education to kids who need it, to closing gaps, for teaching kids how to do great things. The expensive part is all of this, and it has to be done. It is legally mandated. The next slide tells you what happens if you don't. So our finances are also really, really tied to this. If we do not meet those legally mandated pieces that we just looked at, we do not get our IDEA and preschool and general ed grants. This year, we got almost $405,000 for the IDEA and another $9,000 from PK. So almost $406,000 comes into this district through a grant because we meet and work really hard to monitor and make sure that we do all of those pieces that we talked about before. Roughly $100,000 comes in between $1 and $150 in Medicaid revenue. Special ed aid, that is the cost, the money that we receive back after spending money for students who have excessive costs for special education. In the 23-24 school year, we got back almost $500,000. We have not yet heard from the state on what our revenue will be for that piece. It's later than it usually is, but the state DOE also is having issues with staffing, and so things are slower. Other pieces that if we do not keep on top of all of those mandated and monitored pieces, we could end up in things like due process, people coming and saying that we did not do what we were supposed to do. Luckily, we have not ever had that happen in our district. Those can be extraordinarily costly. So we pay up front to make sure that we have things in order so we don't get to that place. And additionally, it costs money to make sure people are trained. So student services administration, case managers, paras, all need to be trained to provide the services to meet the expectations of what that means when we say legally mandated. There have been some questions about what this means to be educationally disabled. So I wanted to talk and give kind of an overview what that is. There are 13 areas of disability in the state of New Hampshire that you can qualify under, and you may have one of those, but you also have to also require specially designed instruction. And I'm going to give you an example. You may have a medical diagnosis of autism for your child that is not impacting their ability to access education. They are medically diagnosed, but do not require any specially designed instruction. They may need a couple of accommodations. They may need access to a couple of things, but they don't need specially designed instruction. They would not qualify as educationally disabled for an IEP. So that's where that falls. If you become and fall within that diagnosis of educationally disabled, you are entitled to a FAPE, which is a free and appropriate public education, which means that at the taxpayer's expense, you get an education that is right for you. The next few slides, or a couple slides, are some graphics that are provided from the DOE to us. They are from the year 2023, so they're the most current that we have right now. This is potentially a little bit difficult to see, but those are the 13 categories of disability within the state of New Hampshire. And you can see the state is yellow and the blue is our district. And so where we fall in categorizing the students that we do have that are identified in different places. You will see DD, that means developmentally delayed. Our number is much higher. And the reason for that is that districts can choose to have developmental delay or not. That's a global or an umbrella diagnosis for kiddos ages 3 to 10. So we might see that they have some communication issues or they're not learning as quickly, but we're not entirely sure why. We can put it under developmental delay up until 10. And then by 10, we have to find one of the other diagnosed places. The other one that's different is SLD, which is specific learning disability. And that is often where those DD kids would go. So you would see that some of those, or in SP, which is speech, the way that I think it's written on here, which would be a communication disorder. So those students may fall more within those to be closer to a state average. The other one that might be a little bit different is our other health impairment, or OHI, are students that sometimes in some districts fall within what's called ED, or emotional disturbance. So those students with significant anxiety or depression could fall within either of those because they're a medical diagnosis, but also impact their education. We tend to fall more in OHI than other districts may tend to fall more into emotional disturbance as diagnoses. So that's kind of, it's just a picture. You can see generally that we're pretty close to the state average. The next slide gives you our rates of identification, which means our percentage of students versus that are identified versus not across the state. This graphic really clearly indicates that we are not identifying students more than anybody else. Generally, we're also not identifying students less than anyone else. We're really within the state average. We are a little less this year, or the 2023, we were right at state average 2024. This ebbs and flows. Special ed is a moving target at all times, but we're right. And I share these slides with you because it's easy to see that our costs increase year after year after year, but that's because costs increase. It is not because our service models have changed or we're all of a sudden identifying more students than we were. The next slide talks a little bit about the para. We've had a lot of discussions about why do we have so many paras? The cost of paras really impacts our budget. What do paras do? So students are afforded the opportunity to have a para if they have needs in the safety, medical, communication, or academic realm. So they have to fall within one of those places, and it needs to be fairly substantial. If a student has a need in one of those areas that then requires an adult to be with them in order for them to access education, then they may be assigned some para support. Wanted to talk a little bit about what that might look like. Some of our students, for instance, have communication devices. They are nonverbal. They only can communicate through a device. They push buttons, the buttons talk for them. This is a long process to learn how to use and to learn how to communicate for other students and staff to communicate with them. Students who have that depth of communication need an adult with them for quite a while, often throughout their entire school career, to help them maneuver communication-wise in order to access education. There are other students who need help in math class. And these are some examples why. When we do our evaluations, we look at how our students learn through their cognitive processes. And two of the things that come up really often are working memory and processing speed. Working memory is your ability to put a number of things into your mind and maneuver them around. So if I give you a 5-digit number and told you to put it in numeric order, that would be working memory. For some kids, that's great. I can totally do that. For other students, that's really hard. And I need to write it down, and then I need to write down each one and cross them off as I go. That takes way more time. If a teacher is teaching in a classroom and gives instruction, and my working memory requires me to write it down and maneuver things written before I can get there, I've now missed 10 minutes of instruction. I might need a para to do the writing for me, so I just listen, so then I can go and maneuver the information. The other one is processing speed. Processing speed is how quickly you can take in information and move it around. Again, you have some people who take in lots of information, moving things around, able to process what's going on around them very quickly. And there are other people in the world who listen and think and need to process it before they can move to the next piece. I'm in a history class, and the teacher just told me that the Great Wall of China was built in making up an example I know nothing about. And all I heard was China, and now I'm processing what I know about China, and now we're on to something else. I don't even know what comes after China. I might need somebody to take notes for me again, so that afterward I have all of the documentation, because I missed part of that because I didn't process fast enough. It was not that I couldn't understand the information. It was not that I couldn't manipulate it. I needed more time and more supports to do that. And so I might need a para to help me to do that, so that I can take that information with me and move forward. Those are the roles that we have for para, and it can be really, really, really significant one-on-one, and it can be working in a classroom to re-cue and re-give the assignment and let people know this, let students know this is what you need to do next. I wanted you guys to look a little bit about what that looks like then. This is, again, a federal and state mandate. We call this least restrictive environment in special ed. It's LRE. It's just something we know. We decide where a student best gets their support in this kind of hierarchy. And I put numbers or money signs next to it so you have a better idea of what each of these things cost. So you may be identified with an educational disability, but you can get all of your support that you need in the general education setting. So it costs a little bit. There's some specially designed instruction that's happening. So it's a little bit more than what a general education student might be getting. It's not substantial. Then you have students who need pullout. That's less than 60% of the day. And that may look like they need a speech service and an OT service, or they need to have specific math instruction 20 minutes a day, and the rest of the day they're in the classroom. That costs a little bit more. The next step is self-contained within the school district. That means students who are more than 60% of the day need their instruction in a special ed setting. Those are our students who may need to have all of their reading instruction and maybe all of their math instruction in a special ed setting, because they're substantially below grade level and it needs to be provided in a very different format, versus students who may only need to have the same instruction or a little bit slower, a little bit faster, or in a different environment. The next section is a special education day school. So there are students that, regardless of what we can do here, we cannot meet their needs. They need all of their instruction in a much smaller setting. They may not be able to handle the large, although we are a small school district, being in a school or a classroom of 20, a school of 300 is too much. It needs to be very small. It needs to be provided in a very specific way. Those are your day school students. It becomes more expensive. The next is setting is the residential school. And those are students for a variety of reasons. One, maybe we find a day school that's right for them, but it's so far away that we can't transport them. Or they're so significantly disabled that a day school isn't enough. They need around-the-clock care. They need around-the-clock support. That's an out-of-district residential placement. And the last piece is a homebound or hospital setting. And the cost of those varies widely, and they're often shorter periods of time as we look towards what other placement that might be. I wanted to give some examples. And so whenever I give presentations, it's hard because we have to be very careful about confidentiality in special education. The rules are so incredibly careful, for instance, that when you open a drawer of cumulative files, you should never be able to look in the files and know if a student receives special education or not by looking in a file. Really, really, really careful about not separating students by this, and no one needs to know who isn't part of the program. Because of that, I rarely can give any examples about any of this because we're really, really careful. But I did reach out to some parents, and I'm now very passionate about what I do. I did reach out to some parents, and I have some examples of what these things might be. So in the general education with special education support, my husband, so these are examples and stories from some other parents. My husband and I decided that raising a family in a small community was what we wanted. We were blessed to have 2 children. I have one child that excelled. Education and learning came easy. The learner was fortunate to participate in athletics, National Honor Society, Interact, and received AP credit in some classes. I have one child that struggled. This child received early supports and services through RISE and transitioned to the town preschool on an IEP at age 3. Continues to struggle with academics, and gains are smaller, but monumental for us. I will not say that it has been smooth in education and that there have never been disagreements nor conflicts. The special education process is never one that is easy to navigate. As a parent, my emotions have run across a spectrum, and always with an underlying feeling of anxiety for my child. Those feelings have always been acknowledged in my meetings as a parent. I can't say that one person has made a difference because I feel that it has been a village to help raise my child. I can remember being in IEP meetings and questioning a goal. I remember the following discussion and modifications made to that goal. I remember supportive notes home on gains made and suggestions to help my child progress on skills. I remember general education teachers supporting my child's IEP and having valuable input to both me as a parent and my child's team member. I suppose if there is one thing that I want to convey as a parent, it is that special education has been a part of my child's life since age 3 and continues to be an essential part of education at life at 16. The educators in my child's life have had an invaluable input and have taken part in raising and evolution of my child. Although the faces and staff have changed throughout the years, my role as a parent has been steadfast and acknowledged as always being essential in education and IEPs. I feel that this district has always kept an open line of communication, and that although this journey as a parent can be hard, emotional, and worrisome, my child's needs and my concerns have continued to be addressed. The level 2, pull out support less than 60%. My child was born with a variety of medical concerns that impacted learning and access to education. At age 3, my child started preschool at Ringe Memorial School and continued through special education from preschool to grade 12. Processing speed, learning disabilities, and physical impairments were constant barriers, yet the incredible support of all staff for my child was from all staff. My child participated in sports, clubs, went on to service trip with Interact, and went on for further training after high school in a chosen trade. This was only possible due to the special ed support, where my child learned to read, to walk, to compute, and to grow a sense of self. The third one down, self-contained. Special education has been a wonderful gift to our family. Our student has grown so much in life skills, and much of that is due to the special education received from the school. It was the speech therapist at Ringe Memorial School that introduced us to AAC communication, that's augmentative communication. We had never heard about this type of communication. The speech therapist tried some different programs and settled on Proloquo to go. This has been life-changing for us. Our learner can communicate with school, family, and friends. It was her physical therapist that worked with us to get the right support for ankles and really helped to go from a little person that crawled to walking at the age of 4. All the physical therapists have been wonderful working with our learner in the school, as well as giving us exercises to work with at home. The staff that works with our learner from the one-on-one to the ILC teachers to the therapists have been such a huge blessing. They all work so hard to meet our learner where they're at and to help us move forward in education and life skills. It is nice as a parent to have all of these services in one spot. Until you have a child with special needs, you don't understand what a gift this is. I hope the taxpayers can try to understand the best of their ability why this budget is so very important. These kids and young adults have a hard road ahead of them already. As a community, let us help them by making sure that there is a budget that can provide these services. And the last one is in the special day program. Nonverbal is difficult. Sometimes it cannot be met in a district, and due to the needs of such an intensive therapies, small groups, and life skills instruction. These placements are tailored for the specific needs of learners who can go from nonverbal, which can result in combative and destructive behaviors, to living with adult supports and making a positive contribution to self, family, and community when given a chance at instruction. And what I would end with is that all learners enter into our buildings as someone's pride and joy, someone's baby, with the belief that they will be seen, they will be safe, and they will grow. Some go on to do great things, like work in government jobs that can impact the world for good. And some go on to do great things, like care for children and fix lawnmowers. All of our children deserve a foundation to excel. The next slide I'm ready for, really. Sorry about that. This kind of gives you an idea of where we're at then in those monitoring pieces and all of the things I just talked about. This is the percent of students in 2023 that participate in regular classes more than 80% of the day. You will see, and if you go back to that, how much they cost to be in regular ed versus a different setting, over time, our numbers have skyrocketed in us providing services and having our students in a general ed setting with their peers, learning and access to curriculum. The next slide is the number of students who participate less than 40% of the day. So those are the kids that are in more of those self-contained classrooms. Again, you will see over time how that number has drastically reduced. Our students are in classrooms, our students are with friends, and our students are learning in the best research-based, best places that they can by incredible teachers. The last one is a picture of what it looks like over time of our students who have been placed in separate schools, residentially or day programs. Again, our costs go up, but this clearly shows you that our numbers go down. Our percent of students that we have placed out of our buildings have gone over time down and down. All right, the actual budget conversations. Our priorities in student services is to maintain restorative classrooms. Those are 2 classrooms at Jaffrey Grade School that are self-contained classrooms for our students with social emotional needs. There is a salary increase per CBA. There is no additional staff, but that is one of our priorities is to maintain that. Additionally, behavioral and SEL support is a priority. We do have a BCBA or behaviorist in our budget as a full-time position. We were not able to fill that position in that way this year, so we still have a part-time BCBA that we've had come in, but our hope is to find a full-time person to provide those services for us. Our priority is to fill open positions. Wouldn't that be swell? Wages and salary increases are in the CBA. And then professional development. As you guys know, professional development was removed from all of our budgets last year. I'm asking to restore $10,000 back to be in. And that $10,000 professional development generally goes to training our admin, as well as our case managers on the constantly changing rules and regulations of providing education. Staffing, there's no new staff added to the budget this year. I did want to give you an overview of what our staffing is. These will not be the same numbers as Carrie gives you because I just added bodies. I did not add full-time. So there's a whole bunch of part-time people that add up to a whole bunch of weird things. We had 97 bodies in 23-24, and we're posing 91 in 26-27. Our costs go up, but we have cut staff. These are our student trends over the last 3 years. Our student populations have gone down. The percentage of students in out of district has gone up. Charter schools continue to be a place that we really incur a large cost for a variety of reasons for our students who participate in charter schools. There's administrative costs as that case management falls back onto our administrative team, as well as providing services. Charter schools don't often have certified services, so therefore we provide those through contracted services that are much more expensive, or our staff provide them. It gets a little tricky. And then our out-of-district place students is up slightly. That's a never-ending moving target. So this was a snapshot in time of last week. As of this week, the number is different. And next week, it'll probably be different again. Kids move in and out all of the time. And I know that you guys hear that every year, but in the month of October, I had 2 high-cost people move in and 1 move out. It just is. Here's our highlights. Our out-of-district costs over time. So it just gives you kind of an overview of what it's looked like over time. Our costs this year are $104,000 over last year's approved budget. That goes into the default. Those are IEP required services. Our contracted services are $20,000 over last year. However, last year we were able to sign some multi-year contracts, which actually, our increase is actually $20,000 what it would have been had we not signed those multi-year contracts with some of our contracted staff. Transportation increases by $20,000. That's what it is. We have a contract with our busing company. There's also an additional $6,000 added for transition field trips. Those are students at the high school level who require a transition plan that includes being able to access their community, to understand how to go to the grocery store, how to sometimes to get jobs, to volunteer in the community. Those are required. You can remember back to those mandated pieces. The transition plans are required for students. So that additional $6,000 is to provide transportation. We don't live in a community where you could walk anywhere. We used to be able to walk to Rite Aid for some and do some teaching of how to buy things. Dollar General is too far to walk. So we're, especially for some of our students that this would fall into. So there's that additional $6,000. And then our supplies and professional development, like I said, I've asked to put $10,000 back in. There's also a $4,000 fee for advertising. There are things that we have to put in we're legally required to put in the newspaper, and advertising in the newspaper is really expensive. And then we have reduced our supply lines by $5,600. So next year we've cut our supplies for our special education staff by a fairly large amount to try to keep this within a reasonable line. So totals for student services, those lines that we are contractually obligated to do, those are that are not contractually obligated. So those highlights that I just showed you, for 27 is $55,000 over last year's approved or adopted budget. And frankly, that's as close to flat budgeting as I can get you. For those lines, including all contractual obligations, so that's all salaries as well, we're about $427,000 over. And what I want to share is that last year, $500,000 was removed from my proposed budget to support that $300,000 or that $3 million shortfall, knowing that student services has a $500,000 trust fund, and that we often can't fill all of our open positions. So we took a chance and took $500,000 out. The budget that's going in has all of those things back in and is $72,000 lower than was proposed last year. So it looks higher, it is higher than what was adopted. But that's your reasoning why.
Thank you, Jen. Are you ready for questions?
You bet.
All right, board members, who would like to go first? Thank you, Christine.
Thank you. Amazingly thorough. I always learn so much when you present. It's mind-blowing all that you do, your staff. Thank you for being here on a Saturday. Because I know that you work and your staff work well beyond 40 hours a week. I am hoping that you can talk to me for a moment about how do we reach families who maybe don't participate in our schools? How do we let them know about the 3-year transition? How do we let maybe a family that has traditionally homeschooled their kids know that their 3-year-old can be tested? How do we communicate with those folks?
It's a great question. There's a couple of things that happen. One, generally, our referrals come from, so the medical team will know when a student is significant. They refer to early supports and services. In our area, that's RISE. RISE then reach out if they are found eligible through RISE and they get close, they're at 2, I think between 2 and 2.5, then they refer them to us. So most of our referrals come that way. And the other place is a legally mandated requirement called Child Find that requires us twice a year to advertise that we're having screenings for anyone who has any concerns within our area. And that's one of some of the things that need to go into the newspaper. We put it on our website. We put it on Facebook. We send notices to all doctors' offices. We put it in the newspaper. I'm sure there's other places, and Storm Metters oversees our preschool, and there's other places that we advertise that. And then they just call the school and say, I'd like my child to come to your Child Find. We set them up with an appointment, and we do screenings at that point. A parent can also at any time just contact our office and say, I have concerns, and we have a referral meeting. We bring them in and we decide what to do from there. So I don't know if there's any way to give more information out about that than what is.
Sounds pretty thorough to me. And then over time, I've heard you talk about how there are fewer professionals and even paras in the pipeline who are interested in working in special ed. And so we've been going more towards contracted positions. And I know you went over this, but I think that deserves to be discussed briefly, separately, because it does increase our costs.
So some of our positions have far fewer people that are interested in going into a teacher's contract. So things like our school psychologists, our related services, which would be speech, OT, PT, those all require master's level degrees and substantial training. And generally, they're looking as professionals are often now looking for higher pay and lower work weeks. So they go through contracted services. So if we needed to post for any of those positions, it is not often that we get any applications that are wanting to work within our CBA for those positions. And they can be substantially more expensive. The other piece is that they work less. So like you just said, we don't work 40 hours a week. Next week is probably a 40-hour week for most people because we only have school 2 days. And I'm not actually even joking that we don't work 40 hours a week, but a contract employee works 40 hours a week. So we actually need a little bit more when we have a contract. And I foresee that will be continuing what happens. And I don't in any way have hard feelings for people who want to be paid for what they do. We also are finding really difficult to find paras, and more para applications are coming to us through contracted services that are more expensive. I just did talk with a young lady actually this week that went through a contracted service and asked why she chose that instead of just applying for the school district, and was told I thought I was applying to the school district. It just said Jaffrey Grade School. So the way that the recruiters are working in the Indeed world are things that we need to figure out so that we post things in a better way so that people can apply to us. So that's another level to all of the things that we do, is how to recruit and put ourselves out there. We use a thing called School Spring. It's extraordinarily cumbersome. It's difficult to, especially if you're not a teacher, it's a really difficult process to use. So there's constantly people, I have notes, pages of notes right now on my desk of this is what we need to do next and the recruitment process for that.
If I could go first, just for one thing, because I want to
Please.
hop on the para piece. Could you talk about, I'm wary of acronyms, and para is an acronym, but also a para professional is a certification as well. Could you just talk about what actually being hired as a paraprofessional is, what they need for that? Because it's not just somebody off the street, they actually have some qualifications.
It can be either. So we don't require paras to be certified. So you have to have a high school diploma to become a para. And a para is what others might consider a classroom aide or a teacher's aide. So it's an adult that supports a student. You're given instructions on what that might look like. We also do hire people who are para certified. We have a different lane for that. And a para certification requires an associate's degree or to pass a para certification test through the state. And that just indicates that you've had a little more training beyond high school.
Thank you. John, did you have more questions? Thank you for the interruption.
Sure, no, absolutely. There's so much that you covered here that I'm sure we could all ask you questions for the next hour and a half, and I know there's not time for that. Couple of things I wanted to ask about. Just a very straightforward, you mentioned SEL and BCBA. What do they stand for?
SEL is social emotional learning. So students who may have some trauma or PTSD in their background, so when your behavior background, your emotional background is in the way of you being able to sit in a classroom, you have to learn how to work through that before you can learn how to multiply. Oh, BCBA is a board certified behavior analyst.
So that's a mouthful, board certified behavior analyst, but you know, trying to understand this, I think we all, you know, as board members, bit by bit, try to pick up pieces of what it is you do and what you face. And these, you know, people like that, board certified behavior analysts, you know, they're, I guess, integral to creating the least restrictive environment for these students who, you know, if they get sent to an overnight program and they're isolated from their community, maybe 100 miles away from Jaffrey, not only does it cost us, but what kind of life is that for the student? And then I often think about when you were reading some of those testimonials to what the special education has meant to parents. I've thought about how much it means to the rest of us as citizens of New Hampshire, because these young people, when they come out, whether it's at the age of 18 or 22, if they really have serious neurological or physical disabilities, I don't even understand what the things are that keep them from graduating, but they're going to be in our communities, presumably. We can't just hide them away behind a wall or an institution or something. And so the fact that they can do some things, maybe hold down certain jobs that aren't too demanding, that's a benefit not only to the parents, I guess, but to the
If
rest.
given the proper foundation, everyone has the ability to be a contributing member to our society. And we are legally required to do that, but we are morally obligated to do that too. So, yes, everyone can be a contributing member to our society.
I heard you mention that the state of New Hampshire has some requirements that are even stricter than the minimal federal requirements, and I guess that's a good thing, right? In most
Sure.
cases. I mean, it's more expensive, and I guess the last thing I'll ask is just, what about the percentages of special education costs that are covered by local communities, by the state, and by the federal government? I know that's been an issue ever since the special education laws were enacted, what, 50 years ago? Or
Yeah, I don't even know. So we do have a $400,000 IDA grant. That's not part of our general, it's not considered part of our general budget though. So if we're at a $10 million budget, 400,000 additional of that is in a federal grant. So that, I don't know what percentage that would be, math people. It's small. And then the state in the sped aid, and I did not go into that because it's convoluted and there's definitely misunderstanding. But generally what happens is the district has to spend up to $80,000. And then we get a percentage back beyond 80. So if a student costs 150, then that additional, we get a percentage of that back. If they go over 250 or 300,000, then we get another percentage back on that overage piece. So we still have to spend up to 80 to 200, $300,000 per student. And then we get a percent back. So that was the 450 that we got back the year before last.
so
So again, it's a small percentage.
just to verify, I was reading about this a little bit, going through the notes that we've been given, and it sounds like the local community picks up most of that first 80,000 or
100%.
100%. And then there's a percentage that the state will pick up of the part between 80 and 150, but that's only if the money's been budgeted.
Correct.
So if we're supposed to get back up to 20% of that overage, and the state doesn't have enough money in the budget, then we don't get that much back. Is that right?
Yes, that has been in the past. Right now, they did pass a new law or what have you that says that they will fund it as it says it will be funded.
Okay.
So there's that.
Good, that's better. Thank you.
All set, John? All right, okay, we'll come back to you. Sandra?
I don't have anything. Thank you, John. That was really an excellent presentation. Very clear on where our costs are going. I will make a comment though on John's thing, and you're saying the state will reimburse us. But what is the state saying? We'd be better off putting everybody in out of district placement to get more money back. We want to keep them in-house.
No, because we still have to spend. So in-house, it may cost 15,000. Out of district is going to cost us at least 150. So you still have to spend 80. And then they'll start to talk about giving you some money back.
I think the goal that we're working for is to be inclusive and have our learners here, if we can do that, with the services that they need.
Chris?
Yeah, thank you. Again, can certainly all tell how passionate you are about what you do, and I'm sure the rest of your staff is as well. I don't think this is something that you necessarily do unless you are. And I think that points to, probably issues that we have with hiring and staffing. I think it takes a certain person to be able to do this. And I think the current climate and these challenges don't help for sure. I usually pride myself on having a lot of questions, but I think you did a really good job in the slides that you did choose to go through and the data that you did choose to point out of kind of shedding some light on some of the, we all went through this last year, and it's really special education, because it's a third of our budget, is always a topic of conversation, right? That always has been, probably always will be as we go and do this. And I think you really illustrated and contradicted some of those falsehoods that are out here, that, you know, just get disseminated as if, and I think you show quite clearly that we're, you know, pretty much on par with everyone else in the state. There's no, you know, increasing of numbers, of costs. And I think that's what we've always said. It helps to have the numbers, just as board members and as public to be able to point to that and say, well, no, this is actually, it's pretty normal, right? Some people may not agree that have, you know, 20% of our students are identified, right? It shouldn't be that way. Well, you follow the law and you follow the process, and it is that way. And by the way, it's the same in every other community. To me, that gives us confidence that, yeah, there's not something out of whack here. We're not constantly comparing to everybody else, but it does kind of tell you that the numbers are, there's nothing out of whack there. When we talk about the funding, I always thought that it was in the adequacy aid, right? Which, you know, has been found to be unconstitutional, both the special ed level and the just the regular adequacy aid. I always thought it was a bit laughable, you know, the per student additional that you get for everyone that's on an IEP. I think it's like $1,400 additional this year. It goes up a little bit, you know, I may be high in even saying that $1,400, but I'm guessing that an additional $1,400 doesn't from the state per student doesn't get much. And again, the rest of that cost is to local taxes. So I think that's something that we should, you know, make sure we highlight in these budget discussions. It's just how much of a burden it does place on the taxpayer. And again, despite the fact there have been court cases that have decided that that's clearly not enough, you know, there hasn't been any relief in sight. And despite all of the bills that are going on right now in Concord to focus on education, you know, I've looked through them. I get the emails every week. I don't see very many, if any, you know, focusing on addressing that issue of the, you know, lack of special ed support at the state level. And again, we don't need to beat a dead horse, but all of these are required by state, by the federal government. It's going to happen. Certainly the kids deserve it. In getting back to the legislature, I really wish that they would look at this special ed piece of it for fairness and for property taxes. I see a lot of movement there and discussion around this choice movement, this freedom movement. Everyone should get what they want. I don't see any of that focused on these learners, right? It's primarily you know, no change for them. So I think that, yeah, everyone deserves that education. If I would like to see more attention at that level on making that fairer for communities. Anyways, you did note in here that we did during last year's budget session take out that $500,000, and it's still out, is what we're saying here. It looks like it to me.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that actually $500,000 was removed prior to.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yes, there was $800,000 completely removed prior to.
And that's still-
the proposed budget, and then the 3 million on top. of
And
it.
just so everyone here understands what we did there last year, right? We had a high budget. We did take out quite a bit. We took quite a bit of risk, to me, even with that budget that we presented. And so what we did was, you know, we have these, we'll say, and I think we've been pretty clear, it's difficult to hire. All our I think I saw like 5 open positions. Since I've been here, you know, we look at it, I think we have typically 5 to 10 open para positions. It's just the nature of for whatever reason, why that's the case. In last year's budget cycle, before we proposed it, we went in and said, okay, we know we have 10 positions, 5 are likely to be unfilled. Let's only budget for 5.
We budgeted for all positions.
Mhm.
We took money out of other lines. We
Right,
need to be
right.
very clear about that.
That's important.
These are the positions we know we need. We continue to budget for all positions. Because if we don't, and then we can never say that we were
So the
going,
overall.
we took them out of
budget.
other lines.
Okay, well, that's important for me to know too, so I apologize if I misspoke there.
I think that a lot of it came out of our out of district costs because we have a trust fund, should we need to.
Yeah, so we kept all the, and I think we were very clear in those discussions
Yeah,
that we were prepared to fund all of those positions, but it was kind of I'll admit, it was like a risky move that we took. The only purpose being to lower the budget.
The only other thing I would say is that while it's not the conventional practice, we look at trend data, and we felt as comfortable as we could, because we need to be able to say that we're not decreasing this area in particular based, because we just want to, cut it. That can't just do that. Because like you said, we've had some times where we haven't been able to hire certain positions. We've had money left over. So we had a trend data line that suggested that this was a relatively safe amount. Plus, so it wasn't just because we had a trust fund. That was just like, and we have a buffer on top of that if something were to happen. But we have a clear line of how the spending has gone over years.
But I mean, that was even a risky approach.
It,
And still is,
it's
right? It'd be
not
it would
not a
be-
normal approach.
The right thing to do would just be to budget for all those positions
Mhm.
clearly, which we are doing, and we'll say in that meeting, right?
And that is what we're doing here.
Committed to hiring everything, so I apologize if I said something, but the fact is, we did go through, after our first budget and remove $500,000, which is a significant amount of money.
Yeah.
And we budgeted some of those positions at a cost that we knew was lower than what the actual cost would have been.
So, yes, so over the course of years, we have an opportunity to look at what we are budgeting for, and this is not just student service, this is positions in general. So if we have open positions, we can, master step 5 is the sweet spot. When I first arrived here, I think we were doing master step 10, master step 15 or whatever like that. Carrie and I did an analysis, found out that the average, and we were almost always right on over the years. We were able to, cut back hundreds of thousands for the years that the first 5 or 6 or so. And we changed it to master step 5. Last year, we started to budget to also help support this, and this is not actually part of the 800,000. This is, so if you think about it this way, this is another probably 150,000 or so that we removed. We started to budget at bachelor's step 1, which is not as reasonable. No.
And I guess the only point I'm trying to make here for people to understand is, I know that when we brought that forward in January or February, not a lot of people understood that process that went on before that, where even the special education budget was substantially reduced before we proposed it.
And that's
So
one of the
that work has
reasons,
been
yeah.
done. I know, and not a lot of people saw it. It's been done. We've gone through it. We've taken those, to me, educated risks in order to give the budget a better chance of passing, because the environment. So I just want people to understand the background there. So if it's there's not a ton to go through and say, and so you're saying costs just go up. An example of that is, out of district placement. So I assume what happens is just we have a student placed in an out of district school, and do their tuition ever go down?
No,
Right?
we figure a 2 to 5% increase. Sometimes it's as much as 15 from one year to the next.
Right. So what are your options if you don't like that?
You pay it anyway.
Right.
There's few.
There's few, right?
Mhm.
Because I know that's specifically in our area, there's probably not a ton of other options. And if something's working for a student, are you gonna uproot them to save on a 3% increase at their school? And by the way, any other school that they'd go to is also increasing by that much or even more. So I think those are important things to understand.
And I think I said, but I just want to be very clear, all of the graphs I shared were not graphs that we made. Those were from the DOE, from our dashboard, our special ed dashboards. Those are 100% state information.
In every one of those indicates that we are moving in the directions aligning with our goals
in our vision.
and our vision. Yep.
Yep.
And just to clarify for people that want to know, that's the Department of Education.
Yes.
Which has
sorry.
a site, has plenty of information. If anybody wants to go to the Department of Education site, plenty of information to look at.
Chris, are you good to go?
I think I'm done.
Okay.
And one more thing, all of those trends, right? Not only are they the right things to do, which is why we should be doing them. They also just happen to decrease our costs, I think is the point you were trying to make.
They decrease the increase of our costs.
Yeah.
Yes, they
Good way to put it.
mitigate against the increases. It could be a whole
Not-
lot more.
Not the main driver of why we're doing it,
Yeah.
but. Okay, yeah, I'm done.
Okay, those budget meetings that you mentioned, where that budget meeting in particular, where that 500,000 was cut, is one of the reasons that we're now doing every one of these meetings, live streaming, recording, public, like, it's a public meeting, and I think one person showed up to that meeting. And it's that, maybe two, but, you know, it was we have public meetings, they're all public. Nobody shows up to them, and so then they're kind of used against us. So now we want to make sure we have full record. Look, this is what's happening each time. All of this changes, all of this moves. We have to give the background first, and then we fine tune. And it takes time and it takes input. Speaking of input, Charlie, you still with us? Charlie, do you have some messages, some questions or comments on Jen's presentation? Check the messages. All right.
You have one question.
Can you
So
hear me?
Yeah, Charlie's on.
Charlie's on.
Great.
Can you hear
Go
me?
ahead, Charlie. Yep, we can hear you now.
Yes, I said that I had quite a few questions, but Chris was able to ask most of them. First was a comment. The spread differential for FY27 is around 475K in adequacy aid. Okay, so there's roughly close to 500K that we'll be getting from the state for adequacy aid. I have another question that I'm asked frequently, which is, are we providing services to learners who are not from our district?
I'm just making sure in my brain, no, we don't, right now, we do not have any students who are not living in our district getting any special education services. We have had districts reach out to us because some of our programs are more robust than our surrounding areas to ask what it might cost to tuition students into our programming. But we currently don't have any.
Okay, thank you. You said that there were cost increase on different items. Can you give us an idea of how much, for example, what is the cost increase in outplacement or in therapy services or other examples of how costs are going up?
Can you go back a slide, Ruben?
Sure.
So our therapy services, our contracted services are going up about $20,000. But typically I would budget a 5% increase, which would be an additional 20 on top of that. But because we were able to secure multi-year contracts, that's substantially lower than in the past. And the out of district costs, I am budgeting a 2% increase, which is tight, but that is what I budgeted.
2% is about how much dollar-wise?
It's about $104,000 over 104,608 over current.
So out of the 400 and some odd increase, 100K, that's coming from just outplacement.
Yes, and that's on the second to last slide, Charlie.
Okay, thank
I
you.
don't know if you can see those.
And then, let's see. Yeah, I know you're talking about the adopted budget versus the proposed budget. But I have a question. If you're running by the adopted budget this year, is that what you're going to end up with as far as adopted, or are we anticipating from a forecast perspective that we're going to have more transfers to occur?
That we'll get more students in.
No, more. What happens is we have an adopted budget, but you can't forecast more than the adopted budget. All right, the system doesn't let you do that. So if you're going to spend more than what's in the adopted budget, you have to change that by a budget, by a line item transfer, which the board approves. Okay, I'm looking at what you really think you're going to spend at the end of the year. And is that going to be the current adopted budget, or are you anticipating anything extra?
I am anticipating what was proposed
Okay, thank you.
as of last week.
Does that mean you're going to possibly propose something next week?
What I can tell you is that in October, 2 people moved in, 1 residentially placed, 1 needs to be a day placement, and 1 kid moved out that was residentially placed.
So other than people
So-
moving in, we're fixed.
Right, so we're giving a snapshot in time. I anticipate spending what was proposed, hopefully.
Thank you.
All right. Any further, Charlie?
That's it.
Okay, I have a couple. So on page 7 of the PowerPoint. Sorry, I have to scroll that way. Don't look, everybody, you'll get dizzy. Okay. Could you please, again, there's a number of acronyms here. And so could you just quickly tell us what these acronyms mean? But the purpose would be, you had said something, I think you said the phrase that we choose developmental disabilities where the state does not, or they, could you just elaborate on that? So I'm assuming that's a reporting, like how we would report language type of thing. I just don't want somebody coming back and saying, what, we have this many more kids in the state? Like I could see that. So I want to just, so if you could give us just the acronyms. Sure. And then tell us what you meant by we choose to report that way.
From the top to bottom, they are visual impairment, traumatic brain injury, speech language impairment, specific learning disability, this is an occupation or
Intervention?
orthopedic impairment,
Okay.
other health impairment, intellectual disability, multiple disabilities, hearing impairment, emotionally disturbed, developmental delay, DB.
TV.
That's okay. It says 0.
We don't have any of them. And autism.
Okay.
So those are the areas. I don't know what DB is. Okay, so a better understanding, developmental delay are for students 0 or 3 to 10. And a district can choose whether or not they want to have developmental delay as one of their areas of disability or not. We have chosen to say, yes, we would like developmental delay to be one of our areas of disability. And some districts say they do not wish to have that. If we did not have developmental delay, we would have to find students eligible under one of the other areas. So like I said, most often that would be under occupation or I'm struggling, but speech, specific learning disability, maybe other health impairment, they have a medical impairment or mobility, which is the OI. Generally, when we get 3-year-olds, it's really hard. They're not where they should be, but also to say that they have a specific learning disability, which requires a cognitive test, is not highly effective at 3. So we have chosen as a district to say we'll do developmental delay. That gives us more time to tease out the specificity of what the disability is.
Okay, thank you. And if we could go to page 11, just something interesting that I noted. So on this graph, we're noting that we have 89, was it 89%? I have to go up to, So we have an 89% rate of students who have some sort of differing ability in our regular ed classroom. And putting pieces together, our teachers, when you're certified as a teacher, as a regular ed teacher, you do not need special education training. Many of the current, and I mean within the last 5 years, courseworks ask you to have that. But that's not a requirement for most regular ed certifications to have any type of special ed training. You need things like behavior management and experience, but we are asking our general ed teachers, the vast majority, to also be teaching special education students in the classrooms. And we've been doing that for decades in this region. This is something that we pride ourselves on. We teach all students. I just want to make sure that we are cognizant of this. First of all, when we, again, talk about test scores, when you are training kids to be able to take a standardized test and you're training them in a room with people with many differing abilities, it takes more time. Very capable of doing it, simply takes more time. But we also need to really remember that professional development tuitions and trainings are not an extraneous piece of our budget. These are absolutely necessary to make our teachers be able to have common language, common skills to be able to move forward. And we're not just spinning our wheels as they're trying to teach a set curriculum to such varying abilities in the room. And so professional development needs to actually be really considered part of our main objective to getting our teachers to be able to be successful with all of our students. And that just really was a great graph for me to see, holy cow, we're exceptional at this, at keeping students in our main general ed classrooms, keeping equity, making sure that all students feel included and are valued. You know, there is such a powerful graph to me of what we do in the public education sector. There was one mention you said about the cost of our charter schools, of special education costs going to charter schools. Can you elaborate on that? So what percentage would you say, and then how much does it cost and what do they do if our Jaffrey Ridge School District is sending our special education budgeted funds, people and resources to charter schools?
Oh, percentage wise, I'm not sure.
Yeah, and I didn't
I'm
say
at
that right,
about-
but I think you get it.
Yeah, so this year, I think I have budgeted what, just was looking at the POs. Probably $30,000 is going to the 2 charter schools where we have students. And so what happens is if you live in our district, you belong to our district. And if you are found to have an educational disability and you go to a charter school, you are still entitled to the supports and services as outlined in IDA because it's a public school. Then it is the school district's responsibility financially to provide those services. In some charter schools, there are staff that are certified to provide those services, and in some there are not. So in those cases, when you have a charter school that's 40 minutes away, it does not make any sense for me to have a speech pathologist drive to the charter school 3 times a week for 15 minutes of speech services. So instead, what might happen is we might have online services here. So one of our speech pathologists may provide virtual services for that student. If that's not an effective way to provide services, depending, and some students it works fine and some not so great, then we may contract with an outside service that already goes to the charter school and is working with a variety of students from different districts. So that's more expensive. Some of our students in charter schools, just as they do here, need some para support. So then we end up paying for paras in those spaces. And then there's the cost of, we are still the LEA. So all evaluations, all observations, all paperwork, all still goes through our system. So although we are paying about $30,000, there's probably easily another $10,000 to $15,000 in the cost of the administrator that oversees all charter school meetings and all of our evaluators that are testing. Oftentimes our evaluators are driving to the charter school to provide testing and coming back. So easily another 15 to 20,000.
Thank you. All right, and I really appreciated the stories that you put forth. I understand that they're difficult and powerful. And I especially am pleased that you included the ones that started when we start bringing kids up, starting at that third birthday. I really appreciate that. And that you mentioned those in particular, because having that continuity of care is incredibly important. And not just to the students academically, but to the families that we're supporting. It's really, really powerful, especially at a time when we're talking about possibly putting some of the pre-K into a warrant article rather than the operating budget. And where we're not funding currently our 2/3 of our preschool program through the operating budget. That's through that special 1 year allocation. So I really appreciate you bringing that up, and I hope that stays in people's minds as we make these decisions and as we vote, honestly. So thank you for this opportunity. Ruben, you had some piece
Could
of.
I share just a clarifying on that, regardless of whether or not, whatever we do with our 4-year-old preschools, we are legally mandated to provide special education preschool services to students at age 3 at their 3rd birthday, should they qualify. So there will continue to be, so when you're looking at your budgets and we continue to talk about these things, there will always be some preschool that's in the operating budget. And those are the special education preschools are required, legally mandated, to be there again for those services at age 3. And then the additional services of our 4-year-old preschools. So they're slightly different. And if you're not here day to day and it's not your world, it's hard to differentiate all of these pieces.
Okay, thank you. And Ruben, go ahead, and then I'd like the board, because I know that I just keep writing as people talk. If I'm going to come back to the board in case you had anything else you needed to talk about for special education.
Yes, so one comment, one question, and I'm going back to this slide because as you were talking, I was looking at the dates actually, and I thought it was really neat because one of the items that I shared on Monday was a timeline of change process within the district. And one of the timelines was the 2008 to 2024 and with a restructuring effort that was going on. And it's very interesting to see that as we restructured, which was not only just a physical restructure, but also a philosophical curriculum and approach to restructuring, that this was happening during that time frame each year that we implemented. And I think that's very neat to see. It also corresponds nicely with more individuals in the classroom, looking at our increased graduation rates and successes there, and also our post-secondary placement in colleges and 2-year schools and so forth. The question I have does have to do with what Lisa just brought up, which was the pre-K, but the 4-year-old pre-K. There, I am going to talk a little bit more about that today. I spoke about it Monday. And I didn't know if you had any information or perspective on that. It is not a special ed funded program. It is a regular ed funded program. It is not required by law. It is something that this district has implemented over a series of years, probably 2017 to about where we are right now in some fashion. We increased it fully during the COVID timeframes with the ESSER funds that we had. What benefit has that program, if we have any data or it's anecdotal data, has that had on the student services identification or support for the years following?
So I have a few things that are going through my head at this point. One being that we definitely have students who are identified in our 4-year-old programs. So they're getting the experience of a full day preschool so that when they move to kindergarten, they're more prepared to spend a full day and to be in classrooms. I also will say that our 2 special ed programs right now, it's a lot of convoluted, but they have to be 50% special education identified students and 50% typical peers. If they offset that number, then it becomes a special ed placement, which becomes problematic. There is a likelihood this year that our 2 special ed programs, which are a total of 4 classes because they're half days, will be full of special ed spaces. So all spaces will be filled with students as we're getting a lot of referrals right now. Because we have some students already in the 4-year-old program, that gives us more seats. If we didn't have those seats, then we run into some additional issues, such as we only provide services, which are additional services beyond preschool, which cost us more money, or we have to find other placements in preschools, or we become a special ed placement, which is also very problematic. Lots of things happen that by having the 4-year-old placement, we have some buffer. And when in years when we have pockets like we are right now, where we're getting quite a few referrals. The other piece I can say, and it's more anecdotal, we don't have long-term information on this, but our kindergarten and first grade identified students are substantially lower than any other grade level. So what often would happen.
Do you mean percentile, like percentage?
Like our case management is substantial, and I don't want to throw out numbers that I would just be making up, but our case management numbers, so that the kids in kindergarten and first grade are much, much lower than those identified in 2nd, 3rd, and 4th and 5th.
Okay.
And why? Could be a lot of reasons. One, prior to preschool, kids would come in and you'd have kids who had school experiences and had home experiences that put them at a level where they had a certain amount of educational fortitude, and others that had never had that experience. And so our referral rate of kids that were substantially below was much higher. So we would identify many more students in kindergarten and first grade than we do now. In fact, we really are, it's into first grade, 2nd grade, when we really are seeing disparities, which is the age of where you can really see learning disabilities as opposed to delays. And delays can often be lack of exposure. So by having the exposure, we're seeing less delay, less identification until we really see another health impairment or a specific learning disability or a true communication disorder. So it's anecdotal. I don't have any data to prove that, but our numbers indicate that it's a lot different.
And it follows suit with the literature that's out there, especially from the RAND research that happened, that came out, that the area actually in Chester County had been looking at early childhood learning as a goal many years ago with, I think it was like Impact Med AdNoc. Yeah. So good. Thank you.
That's actually really, really important little random anecdote data. Could you get that? I can only ask you, could you ask Jen to, or is the board okay of asking? I think that as we're moving forward with this conversation of including the preschool, whether in the operating budget or through warrant article, that's actually a really big piece of it. We get more elaboration, more detail and data behind that?
And I think we can
that part of the
also
conversation.
summarize the research that exists nationally.
Yeah.
That my point in saying that was that with a little bit of information that we have, with a little bit of longitudinal anecdotal information that we have, it follows what the research says should take place. And when we talked about having universal access to pre-K like that for 4-year-olds, it's most important with that birth to 5, right? So for 4-year-olds, full day, we indicated that the district is going to receive a benefit. There will be an economic benefit, but you see that benefit as a community 12, 13, 14, 15 years down the road. So if you see that a little bit of that research is lining up with what we're doing, then you can perhaps believe a little bit more that this is an investment for the future of your community.
Good.
And that it will pay off.
All right, are there any more further board questions? John?
Just one, I was just curious about the impact of the 504 program. Is that also administered through your division, and what are the costs of that, and do we get help from the state or the federal government on 504 plans?
So Section 504 is the Americans with Disabilities Act, so that people understand what we're talking about. That's a bigger, so if you think in circles, you have all, and then you have disabilities that fall within 504, and a 504 would be things like your doorways need to be wide enough for a wheelchair, there need to be ramps. Those are 504, the Disabilities Act, and then you may have a disability that also falls within IDA, which is a smaller circle. I don't oversee 504 specifically unless we got to a real problem, and then I oversee the legal ramifications. The cost for 504 is generally less in that there are not a lot of direct services. 504 tends to be accommodations that are put into place, such as extra time or colored papers, access to the elevator, a gazillion different things. There are some 504 plans, however, that a student does not require specially designed instruction, but does need a hearing specialist to come and train the staff on a cochlear implant. There is a cost involved in that, that comes out of the general education funds. And I don't know what that overall cost would be. I would guess overall across all schools, generally speaking, 504 is probably between $10,000 and $15,000. And that's just a $10,000 and $15,000 altogether.
Okay.
Because it's part of it's part of the general ed process.
Thank you.
Okay. Charlie, do you have any further for Dr. Horn?
No, I'm all set. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Jen. Does the board need a recess now, or do you want to wait until after we hear the next presentation? Do you need a 5-minute recess, or are we good?
I'm good.
Okay, we're gonna keep moving, but let's take a 5-minute recess after the next presentation,
Good.
just to stretch the legs. Yeah. Okay. Do we want, I should need to ask the board. Generally, public comments would be after the presentations. Does the board wish to have a public comments time between presentations to address the specific ones? Okay, so we're going to take a roll call vote to open up public comments on individual presentations. John?
All right.
Aye. Christine?
Aye.
Sandra?
Yes.
Chris? Charlie?
Yes.
And I say aye, passes 600. So for public comments, if you wouldn't mind putting that up on the screen, and folks, if you could just recall your agendas with the norms. This is going to address specifically the presentation offered by Dr. Horn. And yeah, let's go forward. If we need to adjust anything, we can. When you're speaking public, we do need to use the microphone to make sure that it is on the Zoom as well. It doesn't amplify you for the room though, so you do have to talk loud because I'm nearly deaf. All right, any public comments from the floor? Okay, thank you so much. All right, so I think we're okay as it is. I'm gonna ask you to raise our audio person to let us know if anybody raises their hand. And then I'll just wait a minute. Public comments from the. Okay, thank you. So on to the next presentation. Do we want to do your choice?
Yep, I think we go right into athletics activities.
Great. And with us, we have our athletics director.
Both of these
Okay,
are
give me some-
extremely
Yeah.
learner centered. Yeah.
Perfect. Welcome, Lisa. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you. And I apologize and you'll notice my speech isn't as, I don't know, proper as it should be. I might start drooling and stuff like that. But the reason I haven't been here is because I did have surgery. I have a jawbone problem, and so I'll do the best I can. to articulate what I'm trying to tell you about kind of athletics and activities and go from there. I don't normally write things out, but because usually I can just speak really fluently, but so I've written a few things out, which isn't my thing, but we'll go from there. Couple of things. One, everybody's in talking about, where are we? And I just want everybody to remember how we got here. I did do a presentation when I spoke better in July, so if you ever want to flashback. But in 2019, I read an article by the NFHS, and I know Lisa doesn't like that. So the National Federation of High Schools, cool, that oversees everything from co-curriculars. And as I was preparing for the athletic director position, the article started out like this. There's a modern miracle at work in high schools across the country. Instructors and students arrive early and stay late, spending hours every week perfecting leadership and time management skills. As a result of these programs, students choose healthy behaviors like refraining from smoking and drinking, getting good nutrition, and exercising regularly. Their grades and attendance show noticeable improvements, as do their standardized test scores, college admissions rates, and chances for success in later life. What's more, these programs are being run at an incredible value, and they serve an amazing 10 million students nationwide. That's about half the student body. What are these programs? Extra study hall times, assemblies with celebrity motivational speakers? Hardly. These programs are co-curricular activities. When I got here, that was the key. We had just really athletics. We did have some other things. I did my research. I knew about Dungeons and Dragons, and I knew about drama. But the goal here and what we've done, and when we talk about a budget, please remember, and Jen already used those words, all means all. And everything after school and some of the things that I run in school are about community. And we can read this mission statement, as we always do, right? And I got it down, but it thrive in our communities, right? And we inspire. So I know when people are talking about it, that they say that it doesn't belong in the budget. Maybe it's a warrant article, or that's something you can cut. Across the country, these are the things, and I think Jen just said it too, and I'm following her, and I want to remind people, everybody learns differently. I hear all the time about AP courses or our test scores aren't there. We all learn different. We can all go on Google and IA and see people that didn't even graduate from high school that have had success, okay? What we're doing here, though, as far as co-curriculars, are really the hands-on experience that I think everybody should have. So I'm the activities director and not the athletic director, but I do oversee athletics. But it's for everybody, and that's kind of the shared thing, and I will talk about a little bit why we have a great community here, and why we were the high school of the year is the community that we've built. And that's what I believe is because everybody doesn't look around and say, I don't count. We all are seen. Everybody is seen. And when I say it, and I truly believe it, when it's about voice and students say it. So to provide a hands-on experience, expensive prep schools, and yes, I was a college coach forever, and parents would come in and say, oh, can my child have a scholarship because we've already paid for a prep school? Well, that was your choice, right? But they were getting the extra. And I've always remembered that, and I always see it, but I was a public school person, so everything I do is always because, well, this is what I had the advantage of when I was at the school. So when we talk about mandating and those kind of things, prep schools always tell you about playing sports, but what we're trying to do here is give every kid an opportunity to find something. In fact, just recently I took a look at, because I've got new kids in my office, and I had to take a look. We have 10 new students here at Chelmsford Conant Middle High School. 10, 2 are not in placement, and 8 are here or out of placement, and 8 are here. Of that 8 new kids to our district, 6 of them are highly, highly involved in either sports or activities. It is a welcoming mat for people to come here and be able to walk into my office and say, what do we have here? What can I do to build my new community? And when I talk about that, those same kids, I saw them on a Tuesday. Oh, that's right. There was no school on a Tuesday, but some of them were part of drama and some of them were part of robotics. And so their after school is about school too, right? So we all talk about it, and I know people laughed at me when we started Nintendo, but I'm always watching trends. And again, I always emphasize that esports, right, is at the college level. It's the highest way of getting a scholarship right now. But those are the kind of things that the students know they need and they ask for. And they're watching the trends too. But when kids come to our district, they need to have a place, and kids are finding that, and it's easy for them to ask. We've created the opportunities by allowing the students to use their voice. Just please remember that. So when we're talking about budgets and how much we're spending, we've got to remember, right, that I'm not sitting here and just saying, oh, we're going to do this. It's because students have asked. And that's what they need, because they probably need that hands-on learning that so many of us can get from extracurriculars. So we're building strong students and we're building the community. As I continue with this presentation, I also want to say, and I think that this is one of those things, I get it about budgets and taxes, but don't be influenced, okay, with co-curriculars because of the position of me. And I know that people are going to say that, but I hear people saying, well, this and that about people when they present up here. Okay, they're just doing that because it's their job. No, I want this position, it doesn't matter who sits there, okay, to understand that it better be for all. And when you guys are doing the budget, it's all, it means all. Okay, not just to cut it and say, oh, but this is what we used to have and this is what worked for us. And you're going to see in a slide, and I'll bring it up, that's not really why we have co-curriculars. Back, 20 years ago, we've moved away, and we're the school of the year because we advanced those things, and a lot is because of co-curriculars. The why, I had this in my other slide presentation, right? For all of the right things, and why everybody says, and why those articles say that you have to have co-curriculars for everybody. But so remember that when we're talking. A few items early in my position as the activities: pickleball, lines, on the tennis court, we have a weight room. Just remember, these items are just about after school. They've also become part of the PE curriculum, right? So when we talk about budget and those kind of things and where these things fall, these things are also providing what I already said, right? It's already should be a part of the budget. But you know what? It came from other things in the co-curricular world, right, of things that were going to happen. You can flip the side. And here's it. And then we talk about testimonials and those kind of things. This fall, I had all the captains and some representatives of a lot of our fall sports with me. We were talking about fundraising, but we were also talking about our annual fundraiser for cancer that we do during our homecoming. And I said to all of them, you know, I know you're scared because I get the questions all the time that there might not be sports for you guys next year. And in your own words, just write it down. And I handed out a piece of paper to all of them, and they all had something to say, right? Some reflected just for me, right? It's important to me. Some reflected like it's for everybody, and this is why. I've seen it, and I bet you they were saying, oh, I've seen it impact my friend who probably didn't say a peep. But now that she's involved on a team and she's a part of something, she has a voice, and nobody thought she could speak. So when you're reading these things and people can flash back, again, let's remember that this is from our students. We have a few more on these, but there's one particular, oh, can you hold on? They help us end up more like you. I thought that comment was funny. Like your generation, because it's so good. They keep hearing that. And I know that this district, and I know it's a problem when we talk about facilities that Ruben's going to talk about, But even 20 years ago, I think you couldn't find it, you couldn't get a new school. And now people are still saying, oh, this is still good enough. Okay, but that's fine. But what I'm trying to say, and when I bring that up, is co-curriculars and what it means, it's different now. You don't have to just play. I mean, we've all talked about it. We now brought back wrestling because that's what we've brought back. We brought volleyball to light, right? That we never had volleyball, but now we have a volleyball team because that's what girls wanted. And you'll see the numbers for middle school club volleyball. It's 26 kids. And what we've gone. When we talk about a budget, though, everything is going to ebb and flow. And we don't really have to go up in much, and we'll talk about that. It's really more about things that we can't control, like transportation costs or referees. So even with this, the other things that we've brought to light is Link Crew and Web. I want to talk about that because that's actually in the school. But what it really has brought to light is upperclassmen, so it's 8th graders helping 6th graders, it's juniors and seniors helping the 9th graders. And why do I bring that up? Because that is really our community involvement in saying, and in those link things and in Web, it isn't just athletic run, it's just not the athletes, it's not just the smarter kids. It is an application, and it is a group of people that you would never have thought, if you looked around, that you'd have 32 link leaders that talk differently, look different, dress differently, but it's because they want to be there because they know that there's somebody like them in 9th grade that will need them. And what we do with these programs is say, hey, by the way, you're here, but also they're all saying this, get involved. That's the first message. You don't feel comfortable here, school's not going well, okay, classes, you know what I did? I got involved. I'm a part of animation. I'm a part of art exploration. And so the Link Crew and the Web help everybody right away. Again, our mission statement is always about community, and that creates these communities. They have a lot of fun with it. The freshmen especially, they have no idea what is happening, that juniors and seniors can be so nice to them. They're like, that's not right, right? We're supposed to be low people on the totem pole. You're not supposed to encourage us to work together and be a part of it, but that is what's happening. And that, again, I will tell you, is what's driving your co-curriculars too, because they want to be with those people. As I just said, on a day off, right? We still have got students in our building participating in co-curriculars. And you all know that, and on days off, we can all talk athletics. Always, you know, there's a Saturday, there's a Sunday. We'll be here next Friday after Thanksgiving. Jen's week might end Monday, Tuesday, 40 hours, but mine will continue. But that's how they want to be involved. So these are those things that I would say are the involvement in the school. We all know National Honor Society. They're always giving back. They just did food drives, those kind of things. And again, people want to be a part of it. And again, my Web, where everybody belongs, it is allowing 6th graders to really feel comfortable. It merges that Jaffrey Ringe thing together because guess what? The Web leaders, they've already figured out that they're friends. If they're from Jaffrey, they're friends with Ringe kids already. And it just demonstrates that everybody can be together and we can all be in it together. Here is that, when I talk about Link, that's just some, and Web, right? Please remember that these students, these upperclassmen, juniors, seniors, and as well, again, I just said they're in the off days. These events, because they run orientation, they come in early during the summer. They do trainings to be better leaders, and they give of their time in the summer, right, to be a part of this. And all of this is kind of an application process too, so they apply for it, and there's reasons why they want to be part of Link and Web. That Link picture up on the right, yeah, that is musical chairs, but that was our Halloween celebration the other day, just a couple of weeks ago, down in the bottom left. That is what happens. So every other week, they will go into the classroom for the 6th graders. The week before, we'll have gone over an activity so that they understand and become better leaders, our 8th graders, but then they go in and into the 6th grade class and they run mentoring, they run these activities and work with them. Then, like I said, with Link, we had a Halloween celebration. We do the same thing with the high school kids. But then on occasions, we get everyone together, right? The whole 9th grade class with the Link leaders, or the whole 6th grade class with the web leaders. And again, I want to reemphasize what I said. Remember, it's not about the adults right here, and it's about the students, right? It's student voice, what they want and what they want their community to look like. Again, we showed this, I think David also showed it. I showed it in July. We don't have record of it right now, right? But total incidents and how it's on the decline of making sure that there's a strong community and a sense of belonging. We all know in here, we want our test scores to go up, kids are active, but it has to be helping in the classroom, right? And so we want things to be going well in the classroom. And of course, if there's a sense of pride, or a 6th grader just walked down the hallway and the 8th grader says, "Hey, how you doing?" And they're like, "Oh, I'm a cool person in this community." No different than juniors and seniors talking to our 9th graders. And that's kind of where that's at. And again, all of that pushes for our after school. There was questions about that and how we've gotten here. Yes, every club, there's always what we're doing. You'll see our club numbers different. If a club isn't sustainable, we stop the club. Maybe we bring it back because some kids, on Mondays, the club tried to start, and on Mondays, everybody wants to be with Baking with Baker. So, but that's also down the whole time. I was in charge, and we can talk about the budget. We have the stipends. We increased our stipends at one point last year. We won't increase them now. Again, in our stipends, though, for co-curriculars, they're average. They're the state average, although even in our sports and athletics, we're slightly behind some of the major schools that we play against in Division III. Here are the numbers for the fall, kind of where this is just Conant Middle High School, but where everybody is at. Animation, art exploration, the baking, the cooking. And again, there's some clubs that started that we've postponed because the numbers weren't there. There's some that we are going to probably have to break into different groups. And all the time there's students with new ideas and those kind of things. When I talk about weight room, homework and tutoring, you probably say that, Heather, that's not yours. But when I first started here, I did hire people academically to make sure that, because I was hearing, that our athletes weren't doing as well as they should. The school has implemented it again, but these are all the things too, but that has been helped by late buses too. So I don't have the numbers. When I talk about weight room, open enrollment, again, we're not just talking that was for the student athletes, the weight room, 3 days a week, there's kids all the time, just waiting for the advisor to get down there. We all know it, and we talk about co-curriculars, and I already said it, right? It makes for healthy living. So even if you're not known as an athlete, we have people and students that want to be involved. And that is one of the benefits of the weight room. If anybody has ever gone into the weight room and the satisfaction you get of just feeling like you did something confident in yourself, certainly those are the kind of things. So those are other things that I don't have numbers for, but I think if you just walked around the hallways after school, you'd see the hustle and bustle. You don't just have to be on a field, but certainly our fields are full as well. These are our fall numbers, and I messed up the fall high school sports. I left out volleyball. Volleyball had 13. We had a varsity and a JV team, and I'm sorry I missed it because I put in volleyball club, probably because I was so excited that the numbers were incredible. And almost all of those girls asked to bring back volleyball club in the spring. Certainly we can't do it in the winter because, as everybody knows in this community, our gyms are full in the winter with basketball. So those are kind of our numbers. I want to just talk a little bit about the philosophy, and I know I get dinged on this, and I'll take it because it's our opinion, or our philosophy when I got here, that especially in middle school, we would not cut. Okay? And I know that that's a problem and people keep talking about it, but boys soccer, for an example, there's 30 kids and I've heard, hey, you know, the rec departments can handle things up till 6th grade. And I understand why people say, well, they can. But again, I stand here, I've listened to the students. 6th graders, not every 6th grader, not every 5th grader, 4th grader, or anybody can afford the rec department. And it's just a known fact. And it's just a known fact that not everybody has transportation. We had the boys soccer the other day and one of the coaches said, hey, he is going to be a better soccer player because you know what? He makes sure he gets himself there. He's either walking or biking to practice to make sure he's there. Please note that he didn't get to play soccer before because he couldn't get there or wherever the soccer was being held, rec teams. And everyone, I just said it, every student, we see them all, we want them all to be here. We want them all to feel safe. We all want them to walk. The first day that every middle school student wore their jersey was incredible. The smiles on every one of them. And I'm sorry, and yes, I still have to do a better job. I don't know that, you know, I'm supposed to be ordering medium youth. I didn't know that. Like, I don't know that as a thing. When 6th graders, I think that they're going to be at least a youth extra large, right? But it doesn't matter how big the uniform is or how small, not many of them are too small. They wear it with pride and that's what they want. So I hear it. I know what people are saying. Heather, there has to be other options. I have to tell you, and I obviously have the support of our superintendent and our principals. No, we can have it here and we can make it work. And then people are going to say, but how about the budget? And I can talk about that and we can define that, you know what? It's basically stayed the same on refs, maybe transportation, and I can tell you how we can do that. But again, it's the pride in what we're trying to do. And it's all of the benefits that kids are learning. Okay, the life lessons of good sportsmanship, citizenship are inherent in all of us, right? And that's what we want. And we also want, you know, I said why we do this. We also want students to ask, why or what can I do? Do I want to do this? They'll put in the extra effort. They'll attend school to get started because they're a middle schooler and they want to be a part of the soccer program. And by the way, for the boys soccer, I created a schedule so we had two different, they practiced together, but they had two different schedules. The coaches, we used the same coaches, but there was an A team and a B team. Also with that, with the girls soccer, they had some 6th graders that weren't going to play as much. And I also created a co-ed schedule. So not only did they get to play, okay, they got to practice with their peers and everything, but everybody had an opportunity to still have success. And I know that's a question sometimes when we have numbers, well, my student won't get enough playing time. I'm here to tell you that, yes, I will make a schedule. I will look at trends, who's coming up for 5th graders and those kind of things, and build schedules so that everybody has an opportunity. So again, I say that we had an A team for the girls. We had girls that weren't going to play as much with 19 on it. So they got to join a co-ed program with the boys that might not have played. And the boys had an A team and a B team. And we were highly successful in everybody's development. And again, everybody stayed with it, right? And that's all we want is retention, not retention only in co-curriculars, but also in the school. Then I've already mentioned that kids learn differently, and I think that having more athletics and more opportunities doesn't pigeonhole people, right? Like, please remember that too. Okay, when we're talking about a budget and hey, it was just good enough to have this, every student still learns differently in their co-curricular opportunities as well, right? They're not all going to love the same things. But some of them will find something, and some, as I always say about middle school, some will self-cut. I had put a testimonial up in July where somebody said basketball is not for me. I love my baking club. And by the way, I found out I'm really fast. So track is my sport. It is going to all change for young people, and as long as we keep providing them the opportunities to change, to try different things. Okay, I will just go with this. Co-curriculars, and I'm speaking on my own self. I'm standing here or sitting here and I'm talking and I have a mouthful of yuck in my mouth and I'm drinking liquid. So maybe that's affecting my brain, but I'll talk personally. I wouldn't be here. Yes, I'm the big athlete. Okay. But it gave me a voice too, right? So I can stand here and I think it's funny when we go to our awards and I'm always pushing students and I say, get up there, you got to speak, you got to speak. And I've always been able to speak, but as a young person, I couldn't speak. I was that shy person, but the athletics is what gave me the confidence that I can sit here and not worry, and not get nervous. I've probably said 17 zillion stupid things, but I still want to say it because that's how I feel that I can. Okay. And that is what I hope for every one of our students as they come through. And I think it gives them that because they start small and they start in the animation or in art and art exploration and those kind of things, and they get to go there. So again, I don't have all the numbers, but what the trends look like, I didn't put them there. Our coaches do a wonderful thing. We don't, and I bring it up and sorry, but the rec department, I've asked 5 years ago and I always ask, but Rex, why can you help with field hockey? Our numbers are declining. Can you help with swimming? Because swimming here used to be huge, but it was run through Jeffrey Rec in the summer, but it was all parents that were really involved in the swimming, right? But if we don't have these clubs here, then they will go by the wayside. Okay, because the rec departments can't just control all of these things and they don't have it. And like I said with the volleyball, if we don't have a volleyball club in the middle school, okay. But I also want to tell you, middle school volleyball is becoming huge and other schools are going to have it. Okay, we did get invited to go to South Meadow this year. We just weren't ready for it, right? So we're right now not setting the trends so much, we're trying to catch up to the trends. Our students came to us, but again, we need to oversee this and we do need to give kids the opportunity to do different things. Okay. The other one is what we'll have in the spring already, the trends for that. We saw it last year. We will have more baseball. We'll probably have at least 2 baseball programs. I will do probably the same thing with baseball as we had to do with soccer. Softball will probably be the same way. And our other ones are all thriving. But at the middle school, again, just for pure numbers and where we're going with that. So there's kind of where I see it and what's moving and how we're moving in different directions. And certainly everybody can say, well, then Heather, you can go to the back and you should go back to no cut policies. I want to tell you, I have built this so that when everybody asks our budget, what we propose, you could slash it a little bit and those kind of things, but it's really right here. It doesn't really have to go up or down. It could stay stagnant for a couple of years. Why? Because I don't know, probably because I had a Polish grandmother who was so cheap, but very well. And I'm supposed to call her frugal, so I call myself frugal. One of the things that when people were complaining, I said, it's okay. If you look at our uniforms and you'll laugh, and I don't mind telling the budget people, and now the parents are going to look and be like, huh? For middle school, I have so many different variety of sizes. Okay, so with the soccer, are we buying new uniform? No, they're all similar. You'll see a V-neck here. If I don't have sizes for the boys, you know what? We steal from the girls. And do these young little boys, 6th grader? Nope, they don't care. They're putting on the shorts. They have no idea if they were cut for girls or cut for boys. They'll know in high school, but that's okay. They won't. That by then we're all set. I'll know the sizes. But everybody wants to say, so what do I have to do every year as far as buying uniforms? Really, it's just a handful. Ooh, those have been worn a long time. I can check roster numbers. You know what? Number 4 is a huge number. It's been worn 3 years in a row. You know what? And you know what? You're only shuffling out half dozen right? Those kind of things. We're not here anymore, and this used to happen, I'm sorry to say it. Oh, we have to have the fancier, we look great. We look great. Nowadays, for the high school, I'm not going through a bucket and saying, oh no, JV, you get this because we don't want you to look like everybody looks the same, right? And you know what it does? It saves money. And when people swing down from the varsity to play on the JV, we still look like a team. When we get off a bus, we all look like Conant Athletics, okay? But also, why do we do it? Because it's a cost savings. It is, right? And so, do I love telling you that? But we have to pass a budget, because now young little boys, if they listen to me, they're gonna be like, Miss Lindstedt, did you really put me in girl shorts? So I don't really love to tell all the secrets in these kind of things, but I want to be very transparent, okay? I am a product of my frugal grandmother, Polish grandmother, okay? I'm not here to spend. I know how to save money, and I know what we're trying to do. And I will bring this up because, again, I've been always about making sure that I gave back and that the people behind me know how important I thought extracurriculars or co-curriculars were to me, even as a college coach. I at one point was handed a zero budget pretty much, and I handed a young lady, a college student, a stick. And she said, oh, I don't play enough, I don't get a stick. And this was a college student, and her parents were paying whatever the tuition was at the time. And again, I will tell you, please don't make it about me, but make sure that this position always says, no, I see you. Doesn't matter where you're at, you get the stick, okay? And don't tell if they didn't hear this, again, about the sizes and how we can finagle those kind of things. It is what we're going to do, but we are going to make every student feel special, because if they feel like they've been seen, they will have the success. And our test scores will go up. And what they bring to the community and what they bring to society and what they do with their lives will be better. And I know that there's a price tag. I get it. Okay, I get it. However, co-curriculars, again, need to be a part of this school. So I will say this, we have fundraising opportunities. I've just created some great opportunities, and everything works out. Working with Mike Cotton, but enhancing our sports. We are partnering with the National Federation of High School Sports. We will be live streaming our fall sports. We were always able to live stream our basketball. We will be able to do that. But we can get sponsors now that can do commercials. But what did that bring also? And you're saying, what did it do? Well, it enhanced our track and field, because now we have Wi-Fi down there. We also have landlines and there's systems down there, which was a safety thing for our PE to be down there. So we've enhanced those kind of things. So even though we might have spent money in athletics, we are actually helping the overall budget and the safety of our schools, and going from there. I will say this, in one of my old time goals, and then I saw Jen's thing and about transportation. I will say this, how do we make it better? We got to figure out how to buy small buses. I showed a picture of the Forum. That was a new club, the Forum, the other day. They went to the Granite State Challenge. I had to send them on a big bus. Then they had a chance to go for a practice up at Fall Mountain. And I said, hey, listen, we save a lot of money. I drive the bus from the Jaffrey Rec for golf, because that saves us a ton of money. I said, I'll take the students, so we'll borrow the bus from Jaffrey Rec. And so it reminds me that, and we went up to Fall Mountain, and there were our kids in our pre-practice quiz bowl, and we crushed Fall Mountain. They will go into the play-in on December 14th. And again, this was a brand new club coming out, and I brought it up in July. And actually Dante didn't bring it up, which I'm mad at him as a student rep on Monday, because he should have been talking about it, not me. He's supposed to use his student voice. But anyways, these smaller buses would help athletics. It could help, I think, special ed with drivers and those kinds of things, because I'll drive the bus if I have to. But we can do all of these things, but I do think transportation, because I say that that's the cost that's going up there, but if we had owned or rent smaller buses, we need to look at that. We can always, if people want to cut the budget, you can always play less games. You can do it at the high school level and still make the tournaments. That isn't a problem. And again, I already said how the purchase of uniforms really doesn't impact. I'm overseeing that. And as long as you don't give away my trade secrets, you know, we're gonna be fine with that too. But I bet you on Monday, kids are gonna say, Miss Lindstedt, what did you do to me? And so I know Ruben put this up before and that is kind of where it's at. I do want to just bring up, that one is the athletic trainer in 2022, and I pushed for the athletic trainer, but 2022, New Hampshire did pass a law that we are supposed to be CPR certified, and you are supposed to have somebody for grade 4s all the way up to grade 12 overseeing, all of your co-curriculars. So I don't know the numbers. You would have to talk to Ruben or Carrie about that and what his salary might do to save money for the nurses, because the nurses, if they're out after co-curriculars and covering that, they would be obviously being paid overtime. Having somebody here, obviously, we talk about it. If we're going to be robust in co-curriculars, and it doesn't matter if it's drama and somebody's spraining their ankle, you should have somebody oversee. And so that is another reason why we really should have an athletic trainer or somebody that can be here. And our after-school day, please remember, our after-school day with practices could go as late as 7:30. And drama goes to 10 during tech week. Yes. It's, right, so yes, it does cover those.
All right, thank you, Heather. That
Mhm.
was wonderful. Thank you for that. All right, so board, does anybody want to start off on questions or comments?
I'll start out with a quick comment. You mentioned this briefly, I think at the beginning of your presentation, and I just want to highlight this. You talked about some new students and being in your office and people in the audience and people listening at home to think about what it would be like to move to a new school, move to a new state. Right? We actually do have a family friend that moved to our school district. And to come in high school or middle school and be on your own and not know anyone, and find out about all these clubs and sports and be able to meet your people. You are now settled in your community. You have friendly faces in the hallways at school. I don't know if there's a price tag to the benefit of that, but I think every person who's listening to this knows that that is huge in terms of a learner's mental health. So Heather, thank you so much for being here and for speaking so much when it may not have been comfortable for you. I guess a question that I have is, if a student is not, I just want to clarify that if a student does not attend our school, but they live in our community, do they have access to our clubs and sports?
Yes, they do.
Yes, they do.
Yep.
Do we have any idea? I know it's hard because maybe a student who doesn't go to our school might participate in 3 different sports or but do you have any idea of a percentage of what that looks like?
Well, now that I have changed everything to final forms, yes, I could probably zip that right up for you. We did change, again, something that, again, just watching trends, things that were asked of me, and again, I'm going to apologize. I think you should sit in my office maybe and you could hear my brain, because I know not all of these things are mandated. I follow trends and to make sure that we're moving in the right direction and that I'm doing what's right by every one of our students and those kind of things and parents. Why did I go to Final Forms? Because I was having students that weren't being able to participate in what we were using as a registration platform was just really not user friendly for people that didn't have computers at home or laptops. So I moved to Final Forms in investigating that parents, because everybody has a cell phone, and what was the best system for students to be registered, and so that we can check to make sure that they have a physical on file if they have any. And so I moved everything to Final Forms because of those kind of things. Again, just listening to students who were coming in and wanting to do clubs or activities, and I was having to do a paper copy, right? A paper copy is not as safe because me giving a paper copy to an advisor or me having it in my folder really isn't in the best interest of everybody. Right now, if we're just talking, we want to just talk athletics, or I could sure. Okay. So, I can't give you, like, right now, we have about 375 registered for middle school, high school. And if I take out the active kids, which we would consider here all the time, we have 40.
So 40 kids who might attend a different school or homeschool and come here for athletics specifically.
This is in athletic mode, yes. Co-curriculars. It might be the same because they just could have maybe just created an account. I'm not sure, but I'm giving you the best estimate with a quick synopsis here.
So for me,
Yeah.
and I'm not in any way, shape, or form an educator, but I would think that having those kids come in, those learners come in who are not in our school during the day, have them come in and be involved in our programs, gives us an opportunity to check in with these families. I think, Chris, you've talked about this too, just the opportunity to put our eyes on these learners who are in different programs and include them in our broader community, our broader family. There is substantial value to that. Again, something that we can't put a dollar amount that I know of, but keeping our kids, our learners connected to athletes and theater goers, theater participants or whatever, who might be in a different program during the school day, allows our community to be cohesive. And yeah.
Oh, I mean, I admit to everything because I am an open book. I reached out to some of the homeschoolers that were 8th graders last year for girls basketball because there seems to be a trend across the country and in the state of New Hampshire, and I wanted to know why they weren't playing in 9th grade. And some of them were homeschoolers, so I reached out to everybody. Some I could reach here. I could bring them in to me, right, and say, hey, why have you decided not to transition, right? Like I want to watch these trends and I want to help young women stay within, because again, co-curriculars, why are you not playing basketball in 9th grade? Like, we have a JV team. How is that going to work? And I don't mind sharing that I also reached out to those kids that were 8th graders. 2 have changed their mind, I think probably because I reached out and are going to try being on the JV team. And one mom who has a son here, but the daughter doesn't, is homeschooled, said, I tried everything, Heather, and it's just not for her at the next level, at the high school level. So I want you to realize that I really am not, this is our district. This is, you know what I mean? And I firmly believe that every person is better served if they have something else that is a hands-on experience, right? Of the ups and downs of competing in robotics or competing in a soccer game, right? I mean, it's the ups and downs and it's a great learning tool for every kid. Thank you. Yep.
Anything further, Chris? Okay, John?
Ruben, can you get rid of that and like at least put some happy kids up there?
Oh, sure,
Yeah.
sure.
So like this, like, oh, there we go.
There we-
See, there's my Granite State kids getting ready and look at all those soccer boys and there's Interact and yeah, go ahead.
I guess I'd like to say that did a nice job for somebody who's having a
Yeah.
problem talking. Did great. Does seem though that you're a little prejudiced in favor of athletics because you have all these nice numbers up there on the fall high school sports and the middle school and the high school.
Trickle down to his,
Looks like 180 kids participated in high school and middle school sports in the fall.
you look, those numbers. Yes,
Yeah.
you are correct.
Must be a lot more participate in the clubs.
I have those.
Oh, yeah.
And
Okay.
where's my other ones? There.
I don't know, the numbers just were, anyway. Um,
There we go.
I mean, a couple of things jump out and I feel like I could go on. But I won't, I'll try not to. One of them is, you mentioned the after-school programs sometimes could go as late as 7:30 PM. And
Or as Jen said, 10, when drama's in Tech Week, yes.
there you go. What about weekends?
And that's what, yeah, we have weekends.
Yeah,
We have athletics that's go, robotics is here on Saturdays.
and I remember you sent a group of kids away for the week to Dominican Republic or something.
The Interact group is always here, 5:30 now on Thursdays.
So the reason I mention this is that, the cost is one of these things that, we all look at, but our typical school day is 7 hours, right? It goes from 7:15 or 7:30 in the morning till 2:30, let's say. And yet all this additional time that students are brought in and included after school for practices and games that they go to, they travel to, and then all the other things that they do in the evening and in the weekends. I mean, it just really extends the reach of the schools. And I have to say, my own students graduated a long time ago from Conan, but being involved in athletics did have a huge impact for them in terms of their academics. It seemed like the more time they put in with teams and clubs, the more involved in the school they were and the more willing they were to work hard at their academics. So
And you just brought it up, though, there's Interact, but I mean, they were just at the Cathedral of the Pines on a weekend cleaning, doing the cleanup, right? Our student athletes raise money for cancer. They are creating their own little communities, but they're always giving to the larger community. And I say that though, John, the same with Link Crew and the web. They're learning that it really isn't just about themselves, right? They're learning that about themselves, that they always want to be giving, right? But you have to find that within yourself. And these clubs and opportunities and sports get you to realize like that I am compassionate, right? I have empathy and I can do all these things. I mean, that's really what it's about, right? And if you don't, then you could walk away from it, right? But we are finding that. And I watch all these great students just do remarkable things and they figured out who they are. And I think that that's the most hands-on experience can give them who we are. We can learn, we can be book smart, right? And that's what we're going to be. But who you really truly are comes from these things that you're a part of.
yeah, thank you. I guess it's just one more thing I'd just like to mention, maybe ask you about.
Yep.
I know that you mentioned the rec departments and, learning how to increase partnerships with them. I know it's not easy. Sometimes there's issues that, we want the kids here, and of course, the rec departments want them there, but having partnerships, I mean, we've been finding as a school board that improving partnerships with our towns, it's hard work for a lot of reasons, but it's pretty important. And when I hear you say that you were able to use a rec department bus, that's great,
Yep.
And this issue of having to have a no-cut policy, that's awesome too. And I understand there's some people who can come up with reasons, and they're rational reasons why they object, but I mean, I think you're doing the right thing and congratulate you for that. And again, I hope that the working at improving the partnerships with the rec departments and with the towns, that we can continue working on that, because it is hard. It's hard. There's different reasons why it's hard, but it's worth it, worth the effort. So thank you.
Cindy?
Well, thank you, Heather, for doing that. It was a good report. And I think all these things are valuable. I'm a little bit surprised because I felt like transportation was the bigger cost of this, not the club advisor coaches. I mean, you pay somebody $250 to be a coach or a class advisor for this. I thought the transportation would be bigger.
As far as the budget?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, all these teams going to all these games with this no cut. We've got more and more teams, which is nice. Nobody's cut off like in my day and age. But I'm just surprised. I thought transportation would be more.
We can go over the number, but clubs and advisors, keep in mind, and coaches, and that's just at the middle school too. That's for the district as well. Right? So what the grade schools are
But
doing.
is
in
it
the-
is it transportation for the district, or is that just the high school level?
The transportation is the only real teams that we transport would be here at the middle school, high school.
Yeah, I'm just,
Like clubs and, you know what I mean?
yeah, I was just surprised at that.
And I can reevaluate it immediately.
Okay.
Chris?
Yeah, so I do the manifest. I'm responsible for signing up on the manifest, and I'll look at transportation and go, oh,
Yeah. Yep.
It's expensive.
yeah, it's very expensive. John does it for me when I don't do it, so.
And that's, and right, I think and I said we could save costs if we look kind of into the smaller buses and those. kind of-
Yeah.
Yep.
Chris?
Thank you, Heather. I think you captured to me pretty accurately, what the experience is here, certainly at the middle high school with activities and athletics and the real philosophy of it. I've been lucky enough to have my kids participate in it and participate in it myself. And I can see, I'll speak to the middle school thing first. One thing that you didn't mention that people should understand, and I think is even, I've seen the bigger benefit of it, is that you see all these different athletics and clubs, and kids can do both even, right? So a kid can do the field hockey team and they can do the baking club, things like that. And although coaches may not be that happy about it sometime, right? I think middle school is the time for that. And I think you could see not only the kid find, their passion, their connection with the school. I think that's what we're really looking for, like they're people at the school. But it also is an opportunity for them to learn to manage that, right? I know what a lot of us do is say, well, if you want to do that, that's another responsibility. So there's a life skill there in, communicating with your coaches, with your advisors when you're going to be there, and your parents, and just kind of managing that. So I think that's been a great thing there. Speaking to the stuff, and I guess before we get into the costs, I'll say if, and I know, we spoke about this last time, if this is gonna go on a warrant article, discuss, it's not decided, expect a lot of scrutiny, I think, if you're gonna, normally it goes in with a larger budget. I think if you're gonna present something on a separate warrant article, we should be prepared and understand every line item, right? It's gonna get the fine tooth comb treatment, right? The newspaper article is gonna have a special section on that, versus, typically when it's melded in with the overall budget, and, I'm fine with that. I just think the board should be aware of that, and we should dive into the numbers on that. To John's point, I think when you start looking at, I always, tend to look at this as like the cost benefit sort of analysis. And I think that was John was getting to all of that time after school. And I'll say that I've been back to the school coaching middle school sports like past midnight. It happens, right? At the track meet up in Vermont or whatever it is. I don't know what time it is. There's been plenty of times when I've been back here, that late. And if you look at the overall cost of the program, and I think we should go through it. And I think we
Okay.
should,
Yep.
do our due diligence as we go through this and, discuss it, understand it. See if there are areas where we can maybe find extra money. But if you look at the overall cost, right, our budget is 30 million-ish. This budget is 600,000-ish. That's, less than 2% of our budget. So if you're looking to save a ton of money, maybe there's something there, but you're talking about, less than 2% of our overall budget that you're looking to cut for all this benefit that I think, I'm totally on board with all of those things. And again, I've seen it with my kids, with myself, understand kind of the overall benefits of it. Knowing that, we may not produce professional basketball players and soccer players and actors, we may, right?
Yeah.
But to me, that's not the important part. It's the feeling of inclusion at school, and those other skills that you develop. Because let's face it, kids aren't gonna like school all the time, right? I don't even kids that do really well in school. If you talk to them, they'll be like, yeah, how's school today? Yeah,
I think that it's one of the testimonials. that's out
it was
there.
all right, right? And that's natural. Not everyone is gonna like school, but I'll tell you what happens, and this is from experience. If they end their day at the school, at the school after participating in a club or an athletic event, if you ask them how their day was, whatever sort of struggle they had at school is often washed away, and they remember that last thing. I think it's super important. And then they come, they're ready to go the next day.
I think at the top, there's one that says that, right? Athletics has helped kids' mental health and physical, kids moving it.
Yeah,
Get out of
there's
the-
so many benefits.
Get out of the school only mindset, you know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure.
Yep.
And I'll say that since I do coach and I'm aware of the stipends and school board, I kind of keep I estimate how much, because I think we should look at it, right? We could see what the numbers really are, for
Yep.
sure. And, a lot of times what we'll do is we'll take a position that has stipend for one, and it's really difficult, I'll say, to coach some of these sports with just one, especially at the middle school. So what we do is we'll split it up. Maybe not even take the stipend, but regardless, I do keep track of about how much a coach makes. Because I spend the hours myself, so I know what it is. And, between track and field, I did it last year and this year with field hockey. I'll say that it's at least my experience, what I've done is about $5 to $7 an hour
Mhm.
is the reality of it between what you put in for it. So, people aren't doing it for the money. I don't think, raising that stipend is probably not going to help you attract more coaches, but just understand that for the coaches that are, really putting in the time, it's not about that money. And it's more than just, an hour-long practice a day. It is that we're gonna leave at 1 o'clock for the track meet that's 2 hours away in Vermont, and we get back at midnight, and that, those things happen.
Anything further, Chris?
Yes. Oh, well, a little bit kind of the financials on these extra teams, right? I'll call them extra teams just because that's probably not the right word for it, but that's what I wrote here. You're like the B team, the C team, right?
Mhm.
It's costing us money. Cause I've heard people come to me and I say that, right? They're like, we're spending, all of this money on these teams because of the no cut policy.
Mhm.
And that's true. We do spend more money on the teams because of the no cut policy. But if I just look at it with my understanding of the teams and, our finances, I look at it. So let's take a B or a C team. You're going to spend, I don't know what the stipend is. I'll say it's like $1,200, $1,500, maybe at the most, for the season. And transportation, which may be combined with another team, right? Because we do that a lot.
Mhm.
And by the way, we travel with Messinic sometimes.
Yep.
We do all of these things to save money.
I do.
Right? We
Yep.
do. We combine buses. Kids don't like it. We do it anyways
I do it anyways.
because
I do.
it makes sense. But just take like the worst case scenario and that you're paying a coach $1,500. And you have 6 away games. You're not sharing any of that between the girls and boys, which we would do pretty much all the time. So you could probably cut that number in half. But it's like $7,500. I do that out. Even if you're saying it costs $1,000 to go to a game, which is really high, it's probably only be half of that because you're going to split it between 2 teams. But we're really talking about like an actual cost of the district, and we can figure this out in my math. It's like $5,000, $7,500. I don't know.
Yeah, and
And again, for the benefit of having that experience for, 15 kids. Those hours. Anyways, that's just kind of like when I start looking at the numbers, the math, I think the benefit is well worth the cost, and we'll look to reduce the cost as much as possible, but we have to have it in the budget.
and again, I gather, and I have no problem. I think you're right. I can break down, like you did, Chris, every team and how it is. But, and we could tell you how much a coach is making or an advisor, because now we pay them every 2 weeks. So I thought I'd lose some advisors and coaches when they see their paycheck. They used to just get the lump sum at the end, and now they look and they're like, oh, I made a whopping $18 this week. But again, I'm watching trends in those kind of things. I will bring up middle school boys soccer because people weren't sure, and I got the, oh my God. And I have to be very honest. I got our old varsity coach to come back because and I paid one stipend to him. He recruited his daughter to be the assistant, and they had 30 kids. And I'm going to say it again, but I made the schedule so that he could coach both the A and the B. So one salary coaching, one stipend coaching 30 kids, but every student, right, everybody that was on that team had an opportunity to participate in games. So I created an A schedule, a B schedule, and a co-ed schedule. So again, the student still got it. So I know people say, oh, but my kid will never get off the bench, or are they only going to get to play 2 minutes? No, we created an opportunity. I did, in finding those teams and how we can do it. And I do try to always balance, like, is it a local game, or do we bring some of the further away teams because they're paying the transportation and we're only paying for the officials? So again, I try to make sure that we're doing those kind of things in a fiscally responsible way when we have those kind of numbers, but still that a student athlete or anybody doesn't look and say, well, it wasn't fun because I didn't get to play. We are trying to do everything possible for the retention as well, right? So that they do have the opportunity to figure it out. And I'm going to say this, and I know this isn't always popular, but please remember, the best way to have the best at the end of the day is competition, and numbers drive competition. Doesn't matter if you're in middle school. If there's 30 kids, then there's 30. I have to beat out 29. It will always help a student have more competition than less. If you're given a job, how good are you sometimes at your job if you have no competition? Right? So we could have 12 kids on a soccer team and 11 play. And what have we learned? What have those students learned?
Thank you. Chris, do you have anything further? Charlie, do you have anything for Heather?
Not from a budget perspective, just a couple comments. One is, have we ever posted the GPAs of the fall teams or any of the teams? Because I've seen a posting where when you list the teams, you'd find out that most of the GPAs are 3.0 and above. So that might be one way of advertising the academics importance of sport of co-curricular. Sorry, I got problems with my mouth too. Let's see. Well, the other thing I wanted to say is this probably might not be the appropriate place to say it, is I think that Heather has positioned us quite well for open enrollment. I think that what she's done has been very valuable to parents and students alike, learners alike. And I think she's been an asset to prepare us for this kind of a situation. I'll talk more about that later. That's all I have.
And to jump onto what you said about GPAs, Charlie, also getting data on attendance. I'm imagining that student attendance certainly goes up the more people we have in activities. And that's really valuable data as well. For me, I would like to say well done and incredibly done with the level of work that you've had to have on your jaw. But I also want to just chime in on one small piece. You said you have administrative support for the open enrollment for the athletics and activities. And you also need to know that you have full board support as well. This is not your program. This is our program. You have full board support. We've always talked about how powerful your programming is and your abilities are exceptional in this. And we are completely aligned with the all in, everybody for everybody. This is, we serve all students. And thank you for constantly keeping that to the forefront of our mission. And the board does support you in this. And so this is I want you to know that.
Say one thing before we take a break.
Yes, please.
Yep, just it's gonna be a segue so that when you take a break, you come back.
And we're not ready to, because we have public comments.
We have public comments, so even better, right? So out of those 40 individuals, because you switched over to final forms, Leslie's been able to track the data a little bit more. We've been able to find out where these students are coming from and so forth. So 40, I don't, that sounds about right from what I looked at the other day. We were able to also locate that 12 to 16 of them, a couple of them we're looking into a little bit further, are also not considered homeschooled learners anymore because they have chosen to take education freedom accounts, EFAs. And so the board, it's just one portion of this conversation that we'll talk about around open enrollment, which is of course extremely supported by this a very excellent programming that we have. That's going to be very important. So and essential to being successful and being able to draw funds in to help support the more revenue for this community. We can do that through EFAs as well. Matter of fact, it is expected that we're going to be, Heather is going to be putting together costs per learner for different athletics and clubs so that when people who register, who do receive those vouchers, that they are then they will understand that they will be paying a cost to the program in order to participate, because they are by law not homeschoolers anymore. Actually, some of them are homeschoolers, some of them are private school learners, but they are EFA recipients.
Okay.
So can I
Complicated.
just clarify on that? the family would be paying to play? Or would that be,
If a child registers and receives, we have a database of all individuals who receive education freedom account, money. And so if they choose to do that, they are not considered homeschooled learners by the state of New Hampshire. They're, if they're homeschooled. Some of them are private schooled in this area, so they come to play here as well if their school doesn't have teams, and so they come. If they are EFA recipients, not only I assume they're using that for their school, their education during the day, they are to use it over here for their extracurricular, co-curriculars as well. Certainly not at the cost of the normal, like a normal school day, but there's a reasonable price for that. So if you have, for instance, 10, 16, 20 individuals who are recipients of those types of funds, and they pay $200 per activity that they are involved in, athletics, that would make sense. That's probably a low figure. That's, paying for one of your coaches.
Ruben, is that something that the board will have to wrestle with at some point?
The board's going to have to make policy around, I mean, we can do it now if we would want to without policy, because there's other language that has been sent out from the Department of Education, but on this topic. But it's something that the policy committee is going to need to wrestle with around EFAs, make it very clear, because we should communicate this out. It should not be a surprise to people. And then also within the open enrollment policies that we would develop, should the board choose to go in that direction. And so the community, if the board were to put it on a warrant article, should the community choose to go in that direction.
can I, I'm sorry, I have another question.
Yeah.
Because this was just brought up, we know that our learners
Mhm.
have to have a certain GPA to participate in activities,
Yes.
in clubs. Students who come in from other educational settings, do we collect that GPA information?
We do. They have to provide us transcripts or some form of information that would show that they are in good standing academically.
With, David has to approve them all. We have to submit all eligibility to the NHIAA per season. And again, with final form, so they should always be attaching the document. We need a transcript of their last quarter, just like what we check on our students, right? That's easy, but we have all of that, yes.
Thank you.
Yep.
So I do want to clarify, currently for the 25-26 school year, we are not charging a fee in alignment with the Education Freedom Account funding, correct? This is something you're thinking in the future. The Department of Education has said this is a possibility. Is that what you're saying?
Well, certainly we would like, I would like, what I would suggest is that would start in the spring. That we send information out to individuals who have been taking part, who do have received EFAs, to let them know of that, so that they have time to understand, and that it won't be a shock when the bills are sent out in the spring. Yes.
Yeah,
All right,
Lisa,
so that's coming. Okay.
if I could, yeah, I think at our next, we should probably look at this at our next policy meeting. I know that and I can help with that, but I think regardless of whether we decide to charge, don't charge, right, that's or how much, that's a decision that we'll have to make, but we do need a policy on it.
Yeah.
No, let's
This
take a
will
look at
probably
that
be-
too. Add it to the growing list for
Yeah.
December 4th, 4:30 PM.
It's a changing landscape, right? We've known for a while, and some schools do, right? There's some local schools.
Yes, already
that
do.
Already do, we've chosen not to. But we've never had a policy on it, so regardless of if it's yes or no. it's- Add it to the list of things that we need to talk about.
Good. Charlie, do you have anything to add to this piece of the conversation?
No,
Okay, good. All right, then we will open up to public comments related to activities and athletics. And we'll go. Wait, remember?
Pat Martin from Ringe. I just wonder if, if there's thought that you're going to do athletics and co-curriculars as a warrant article, if it's ill-advised to spring on people that they're going to be paying for athletics and co-curriculars, especially in the spring before the vote. It might irritate people and might cause them to vote against that warrant article. I've had a good feeling that if you did athletics and co-curriculars, that it would pass, that the community would support that. But if you throw them having to pay fees at it, it might stir up a hornet's nest of resentment. Just my thought. Thank you.
Thank you. Good to keep under consideration. Anything further from the community in person? Okay, any messages online? Okay,
I thought the only person who's gonna pay fees were the ones that get the vouchers.
well, hang on, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, we'll continue that.
Yeah, we'll
Yeah, we'll do it another time, yeah. So we've been here 3 hours and I'm very, very grateful for the board and the community for staying and engaging with this. I would hate to lose people for the next part. At this point in our meetings about the next year's budget, we're seeing a lot of keeping things as static as possible to sustain what we have. I think in our next session, not to give any spoilers, but there are some changes. And so it really will be important for people to stick through the next piece of it as much as possible. So thank you for these 3 hours. We are going to take a 5-minute recess. Is that enough time? 10-minute recess. We're going to take a 10-minute recess and then we are going to start back in on the SAU proposals. On to you.
Thank you. Both those presentations were extraordinarily detailed and necessarily so, and at the heart of what we do. And it's great not just to see the numbers, certainly, but also the reasoning why, or the reasoning behind the numbers. So my presentation overall isn't as exciting from that standpoint. We this year are working without a facilities director, and so Carrie and I are overseeing the facilities within the SAU. So we are going to update a little bit on what we've done for work this year already. And I include costs so that people have an understanding of how much things do cost nowadays. These prices surprise me sometimes, but we also get competitive quotes, bids if necessary, but competitive quotes, and we're finding the best prices we can, and we're getting some good work done. We'll talk about our 2025 operating budget versus what we're proposing for next year. We'll talk a little bit about the trust fund balance, because we do have one for the facilities. And then how the SAU 47, a little bit of a continuation of a conversation from this past Monday, as it pertains to open enrollment and the entire movement of how we would be successful if we were to even go down that direction, and how to also help support the ongoing work that we have in facilities. And then a very brief snapshot of the default versus the proposed. This is a lot earlier than we usually show this information. Thank you, Carrie, for putting an incredible amount of time to speed this work up. We have another couple of budget sessions to go, another Saturday that everything will have been presented already, and we'll be able to really dig deep into all these areas and all the numbers. It also gives the board time to be able to look at everything over a period of time before that happens. And then we'll have that extra Monday to make some decisions as well. And then there are some facilities related warrant articles. Within this, we'll look at all warrant article conversations. The board has not made any decisions on warrant articles. We just want to make certain that we're putting information out there publicly, but also having the conversation about how best to communicate to the community our needs and what is going to be best for our learners here and the community, I believe, at large. Jen spoke about, I think you actually used the word ramps when it came to John's conversation around 504 ADA. And so we have had some ramps. We had some problems from facilities that we needed to fix. On the two pictures that are on your left, if you're viewing it and not behind this screen, you would see that there was some damage where there's that fill in with the concrete. All of that actually was rusted out and was falling apart. And that one right in the middle was actually broken off. And so there were problems there. Steel is actually expensive to work with and to fix it. But we were able to get that done, and also a new ramp built over at the pre-K. The preschool over at Ringe Memorial School that needed to be done, that was well overdue. And so putting all of that together, we were able to get both of those done for $21,812. Monadnock Community Builders did a wonderful job. They were easy to work with. We had some competitive quotes that came in higher than that. But also not only were they the right price, their workmanship was great and what we needed. And also they were able to do this before the winter season, and getting people to be able to do it in the time frame we need has also been challenging at times. So they're a new vendor to us, and I know that they did some work here in Jaffrey with the town, and I had been in that I just was in there a little bit this past week or two and saw some nice craftsmanship. So nice community partner, a new vendor that we have that we're really appreciative to work with.
Can you repeat the name? Not to interrupt you, but I do
Yeah.
love marketing.
Yeah, Monadnock Community Builders. And they actually had won the state bid on this type of work, which is good, and that allows us to be able to utilize them, their services easier. This is another one that they did out here. Actually, if you were to walk down this hallway, for those of you who are here in the lobby area here, if you were to walk down the hallway going toward the middle school or toward the Pratt Auditorium Gymnasium, if you were to go out the door, it would have been a situation where it was very old and falling apart a little bit. And so this was also built recently, and that price you can see there was $10,389. Both of these items were part of the amount of money that the board approved to use out of the Maintenance Reserve Trust Fund, I think about a month ago, maybe a month and a half ago. And so there's one more item on that list that at RMS that needs to be done, but it is not of that ADA safety nature. This also, as we talk about the work that we need to do to maintain our facilities and to improve things, we are now hitting that time when the track needs to be updated. There are certain timeframes when you put in a track that you're able to skim the coat off and put a new one on and so forth. We have to do a much more, it is at the point in time where we have to do a much more thorough upgrade to this. Actually, at this point in time, our consultants would have said that this needed to all be smashed up and redone. The foundation was done well when it was put in, and it is very level. And so we are not going to have to do that. It's not going to come in at $800,000 roughly, which is what the estimated cost was. The company is going to be able to do it for an estimated $475,000. We have that money that has been approved by the school board to go ahead in May, mid-May. This is going to take place. That track is going to be resurfaced. And that will be quite a project that will take place during that time frame, and that will come out of the Building Maintenance Reserve Trust Fund. During that same conversation, the board said, and we need to get started on the windows. And so some of that money has to go to fixing some of these windows. They may look nice from the pictures I am showing you. I can tell you that those windows on the middle and far right at JGS, there's 3 classrooms. They're rather large window sets. They're not in good shape, and really the entire school needs new windows at Jaffrey Grade School. Much of Rindge Memorial School also does too, but the picture on your left are 3 of the windows in the worst part or in the worst condition at the Rindge Memorial School. So these combined are the estimates we do have right now to put in good windows and ones that are going to be energy efficient. We've put new energy systems into these schools. We want to be able to get the most bang for our buck that way. Is roughly 40,000. I think it came in like maybe 500 shy of that, but we have another group looking at giving us some quotes on these as well. So that is planned for spring and summer along with the track. Overall, the proposed facilities budget, this is not including staffing. As Jen spoke in her presentation, there's also staffing, and a lot of that is contractual by collective bargaining agreement, and those increases are found in other documents. We're not talking about that. These are the non-salary and benefit budget information. We did cut quite a bit last year out of the budget in the area of paint and carpeting. I think we cut $120,000. We had done a lot of nice work within these schools, making them kind of pop a little bit more. People comment every time they come in about how light and just good, how good it feels when they come into our schools. We'd like to get back to keeping that cycle going. We have learned in every area that we have stopped or we have paused our cycles that we've had some challenges, and certainly we know that's the case in technology. That's but also, you know, flooring is important to keep on rotating through the process. And so the FY26 budget, which is this year's budget, is currently 1,151,182. We're proposing an increase of 100,000, 102,000, almost 103,000 over that. Certainly we'll have conversations about this, but the notable increases are that we would be 70,000 of that would be to suggest to put some of that paint and carpeting, about 50,000 less than what is typical, but paint and flooring cycle and have that be reinstated. If we were to look more at where those lines would be, it would be more money at Jaffrey Grade School. Their flooring needs are much more significant. And then the increase in electricity across the district, increase in biomass here at this plant. That's about the heating. And then snow plowing continues to go up across the district, and then the water systems over at RMS. Jaffrey Grade School and Clement Middle High School are on the town water here. We do things differently, but we do have to have the water treatment taking place over at the Rindge Memorial School. And then just as a FYI, right now, the Building Maintenance Trust Fund balance is almost $700,000. Now that will be reduced by the amount once it's all paid for, what I showed you at the very beginning. The 21,000 for the Rindge Memorial School work and the a little over 10,000 for the work that was done here. So 30 to 35,000 will be reduced from that. And then when we do have the track will reduce that by another roughly 475,000. And windows, if it's anywhere in the range between 30 and 50,000 is what we expect to get 3 complete rooms here at the Jaffrey Grade School and 2 or 3 rooms over at the Rindge Memorial School to be upgraded and completely replaced. Yes.
So that will reduce us then to about 150,000, is that?
Well, if we took,
structure?
yeah. So maybe around 100,000. I'd have to, yeah,
Okay.
it's gonna deplete it quite a bit.
Okay.
Yeah. Out of those costs that are notable and notable increases, the 70,000 paint and flooring cycle, that would be the one that would be something we'd like to put back in. We think is responsible to do. It's upkeep. The flooring, some of that, the flooring at Jaffrey Grade School, you know, we have to address in this budget cycle. And so we may come to the board with numbers to use the Maintenance Reserve Trust Fund, or if it's at a number that is a little more doable, we might be able to find some in some repair lines that we have. But that's just, as you look at that, that's the difference. This picture, those in the audience have a handout. And this is a picture of the default increases. We won't spend a lot of time on this. It's very similar to what I presented on Monday. There are a few differences that were from the one prior to, and we did talk about that one. And these are the decreases. Carry the percent of change on Monday when we were talking about the default was about 4.99 or 5%. If we were to look at the difference between that on Monday and this one, what would you say would be the significant change?
It would be in the vocational tuition and transportation that was added,
Okay.
because that is required by law, so I had to pull those numbers from the high school.
So that's at the very top
Yes,
under increases, vocational tuition and transportation mandated by law.
correct.
Those two items. Yeah,
Yeah.
so that's over $100,000 there. If we were to compare that to the proposed 2026-27, you also have that document that you can peruse, and we'll certainly take a lot more time looking at all of this at another session, but there are differences. Certainly, a lot of these numbers are the same, but there are some additions, and you can see that mostly in our choices. We have, for instance, the one FTE librarian at JGS, that a lot of this has to do with positions that were removed from last year's, because of last year's reduction. And so some of these positions were put back in for this year through, along with the athletics and activities, along with the 4-year-old pre-K but they're not in the default budget. So that the world language teacher at the high school, middle school as well. You'll also see here, and actually within the default, it's there to a degree, at least the FTE is, but some cost items having to do with the idea of an assistant superintendent that was talked about a little bit on Monday. And I do have a slide that we can refer to, because I changed up the Monday slides, but I knew that we could possibly talk about that, so I kept it in this. And that individual would actually oversee all of the facilities and all of the curriculum and instruction aspects of the district, what we would consider learning systems. So anything that is going to enhance or solidify or work to improve learning systems or the learning, that's the physical plan as well as the philosophical and the day-to-day operations from an academic standpoint. That would be what that person would be overseeing. And so that's up for conversation. This is an additional not quite 3% onto it's a little over 2.5 to 2.6, 2.8% in addition to the default. Now, that said, this is not including warrant article conversations. So the board could say, you know what? We don't want to put this information into a warrant article. We'd like to put it into the budget. And so we're talking another 2% for athletics and activities. Again, I want to reiterate what John and I think Chris stated, that 2% out of an entire budget for what is accomplished for the community and because it is about the community. A lot of community members come and they are part of the fan base of all of this. There's something to do. It gives life to the community. It continues the rich history of the community. It gives a purpose as well in many cases. And it certainly, for our learners, improves their educational experience. And education is beyond the books and the numbers. So here, the difference is because we're talking about warrant articles, we wanted to give some estimated tax information. You can see that on the bottom, what that would look like. That's something new that we hadn't presented. And then over at the full day 4-year-old pre-K, that is also not within those numbers that were just presented, not within the budget. That does represent 8 bodies. I like how you stated it, Jen. There's 8 people, but some of them are not all full-time. And That's also the case within what we're proposing for the athletics and activities. You know, rather than 2 FTEs, this number is a little lower than what we had presented on Monday by, maybe about 10,000 or so because of the recommended reduction of the athletic trainer to school year, a little bit more than school year. 10 months out of the 12 months. And then you can see again the full day 4-year-old pre-K and what would go into the costs there and what the estimated tax impact at Jaffrey and in Ringe would be for if that were a warrant article. But certainly those numbers being put into the budget, that's also going to increase the tax impact accordingly. But I think it's important to show as much information as possible for the board to make the best decision it can. I think it all should be in the budget. We had it all in the budget. That said, we have a lot of work to do to build back. This is in these numbers. We are not getting back everything that was removed from that, and that's fine at this point in time. This all should be couched in the conversation of a school district that's continuously trying to think of better ways to do things. And one of those ways is as the state continues to not pay its fair share of the education of kids and across the I'll say the P16 spectrum, so colleges as well. And our legislators not willing to, in the state of New Hampshire, and unfortunately in some cases from the local region as well, supporting this type of mentality, has not really sought or taken seriously how to resolve those problems. And they have the power to do so. These people are smart people. They could do this if they wanted to. They figured out how to fund vouchers that have no accountability whatsoever. No one knows where that money is going. We're talking millions of dollars throughout the state that just came about. The funds are there. If they wanted to, they could figure things out. But we locally do have some options. The legislature has put into place a mechanism for us to be able to get more revenue. And that is through the school choice approach. So EFAs, charter schools, all of that movement is, as we saw coming years ago, is a school choice movement. We knew public schools were going to be part of that as well. That is here. It is not here in its final form by any stretch of the imagination. There's a lot of work that needs to be done to make it palatable, but I encourage the board to consider us getting in on the early year sides of things. And we have a great school. We just won an award. It was not something that was easy at all to win. We have great systems here. As Heather stated, a lot of that has to do with the culture that has been enhanced and in some cases created by the extension of our activities and co-curriculars and the leadership work that has been put in during the school day as well, that also pours over into the community after school and on the weekends. All of that works together. Everything's a system. It all works together. So we are proposing to the community that this is something that is a possible way to help the community with its taxes, to be able to bring people in. Currently, if other individuals, students came from other schools, they would pay 80% of what our per pupil cost is. That's roughly $16,000. If you brought in 20 kids, you'd have over $320,000 in revenue that you would get. We have the ability to, we have the space to bring more than that in here. We'd have some work to do. Other districts have to make their choices as well. So it's not just us, playing in the sandbox here, but we have to do our part. as we move forward and what's best for our district at this stage of the game. We have a lot to offer, and we talked a little bit about what that would look like from an academic standpoint. That conversation we are ready to have at a much higher level if we need to. From a structural standpoint, we talked about the SAU. Part of what was in that proposed budget is an assistant superintendent. When we asked earlier on, before we even got into the budget conversations, what do we need? Well, we knew we needed to have someone help support facilities. We needed to have someone also to be able to help support all other systems, and to have a succession plan as well as we move down the road in years. And when we talked about the idea, I'll go to that slide. Thought it was in here. Maybe not. Yeah. Over to your right, having an assistant superintendent overseeing the MTSSA, that's multi-tiered systems of support for academics for all learners, multi-tiered systems of support for behavior and wellness, which is a very important structure and system to have in any school system, especially as society continues to change. Generations continues to change, behaviors continue to change, mental health support continues to change. We need to have that. We do have the ability within this to possibly make some adjustments within our staffing and utilize a grant that we have right now as well to be able to fund some of that, which would offset some of those costs. We can talk more about that at another time, but just saying that we could do this in a very intentional and deep and meaningful way, and also save at least money for the taxpayers. It would still have it would still cost the same, but we could utilize some of our MTSSB funds that we have required from the state, from a competitive grant that the state went out to the federal government for on our behalf with 4 other districts. That's a fast overview of these items. Facilities was the primary conversation. Still, it's important as we have further conversations about budgets and warrant articles that we still remember that there's a JRSSA negotiation going on. We should find out more in the next couple of weeks regarding that. And then the question about the Route 202 property. And just to talk more about what we'd like to do with that.
All right, before we open up to questions, if you're good at a good point, could you just remind us, if you wouldn't mind putting up the budget calendar? And because we're getting overviews right now, could we just, before we go into comments, just look at the calendar real quick and kind of see, here is what is coming for our next Monday meeting and then our next Saturday meeting, just real quick, so people can see, okay, here's where we are going to be fine tuning, so that we have this deadline of this is when we have to have the warrant articles, that. So if we could just see that real quick.
Is that under budget information, Carrie?
There should be the budget calendar is the one you want to look at.
So go to
School board
Board.
calendars.
Yep, so
Here we go.
calendars there.
Yep. Okay. Oops, sorry.
Yeah,
And then the budget development calendar at the bottom.
There we go.
Yep.
thank you. All right, so we've made it to the November 22nd. And our next meeting is Monday, December 1st. And that will be a recap of the last of these 3 weeks of exhaustive focus, and dozen hours. And then on Saturday, December 6th, will be our real hammering out budget finalization. And our last day for petition warrant articles is January 9th. So we can still change things and edit them right until that date. So we'll have a few meetings to talk about the warrant articles, definitely get public input. So I just wanted to kind of have that on the screen to kind of say, here's what's coming. But any questions for Ruben on this piece? Yes.
Well, actually, a question for you on the, on this budget calendar. So on the 6th, we will have time for a real discussion on our numbers.
We'll see all line items and be able to and get of all the detail work. Yeah.
And the 15th, is that going to be a budget discussion as well, or are we finished at that point
What's the 15th
of December?
Third
I know.
Monday.
of the third Monday? So that's on the, I'm sure we're going to be talking, because we have to fine tune the warrant articles and that's going to take us time. So I'm sure it will probably be asking more questions on that. As what generally happens at those, at that Saturday big budget meeting is we will always have more questions for, especially for Carrie, and often for Leslie, going back and saying, okay, can we look closer at this one? Or what if we did this? There's a lot of what if we did this? So I'm sure we'll just be doing that all along. All of them will be public. All of them will be recorded.
Carrie looks thrilled.
She loves this time of year.
Yeah.
She loves this. Are you kidding?
And we're a little bit ahead in some ways than before. So actually the Monday conversation, we can have a recap, but we won't be talking about as much of the philosophy and the definitions and the nuts and bolts behind all the numbers, and unless there are questions about that. But we'll be talking about the numbers and then of course getting deeper into the nitty gritty on Saturday as well as the board desires.
Okay. Thanks. All right, John, any questions for Ruben on this presentation on facilities especially?
Well, the facilities part is fairly clear to me because we've had pretty much in-depth discussions on I guess the big facility question is the sale of the proposed sale of the Route 202 properties. And I know we've got some information at our last meeting about the how much we paid for that property when we first got it, and surprisingly high, actually. And so I have always been, hopeful that we could do something with that property and that we should hold on to it. But given the trajectory of not only our own economics and, financial position, but also the directions the state has gone, it makes me think that this is perhaps the time to let that property go. However, I don't think we should do it unless it really is a significant benefit. So, we've talked about what that property might be worth. I think we need to take a hard look at whether it's worth that much, and in terms of putting together any kind of a proposal, I presume we would ask community for authorization to dispose of that, or do we not need to do that?
No, I'd have to go through a warrant article, and towns get first refusal. So, yeah,
Well,
that's.
there's a couple of things, and so if it does have to, if we do need approval from the town, so I think we need to understand better what that town right of first refusal implies. For example, if we think that on the open market, we can get $800,000 and yet the town offers something substantially less, do we have to sell it for that? And, that's just one question, but there's other related questions I think we need to surface and clarify.
Yeah, as you stated, John, I remember back in 2016, I think it was, when we looked at it and got it appraised and found that it was worth on the market less than 200,000 for that area, and that we had paid, over 350,000 for that property in 1989.
I think it was 325.
325, sorry,
think so.
325. So it was 100 to 100, 125,000 more than what it was worth at that point in time. we were surprised that even then. And so you would want, I mean, the idea would be, from at least me putting it out there, is getting a large enough benefit to be able to help support the ongoing expenses of the district. It was for the purpose of facilities, a new facility or new facilities, and that, but if that's not the case, we have to upkeep these older buildings and the facilities that we do have. We need the funds for it.
I mean, when you look at the cost of maintaining the track, I think we said 480,000.
Yeah, roughly,
450.
roughly 475, but yep.
So I mean, the numbers are so large that it would be great to get 400,000 for the Route 202 properties, but it really is a very small drop of the ongoing needs, I guess is.
Right. I mean, you need new and improved fields down in that, just down below.
Right, and that's what if we were to get the lower field improved, not make it wonderful, but make it good, decent, we'd be talking a couple of $1 million,
It could be
$1.8 million, something like
quite a
that.
bit, yes. To do it right, I guess closer to 4.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right.
The town's only appraising it at 271,000.
Can you say that again?
The town is only appraising it at 271,000.
Well, appraising which,
side?
But on the Jaffrey, the GIS map,
the Route 202 piece?
yeah, to
Okay.
the Jaffrey side. I
Jaffrey
don't know
side.
what Ringe is, the different system. I don't know how to look that up. But Jaffrey side is appraising it at 271,000.
All right, this is definitely gonna be a much bigger discussion. We need a lot of legal information on what we could even do. But are there any more questions on Ruben's presentation here? For John, are you, and Christine?
We'll talk about the land in a second, but we had heard presentations from David Dustin about some of the changes that are being mandated because of the change in the minimum standards Ed 306 rules. I do have a question. Because those are mandated, do those changes that have a financial number, does that go into the default?
Well, yes, the mandated
The mandated
changes,
rate.
yes. I think there was one item that
What
was,
was, I think the business teacher and the reading specialist.
Right.
well, the reading specialist is an elementary situation, and
Oh,
that
right.
was something that was required well before the Ed 306, this revision of the Ed 306. It was just done differently at one point in time at Jaffrey Grade School.
I think whenever I think about keeping or selling the land on 202, I think about the small impact that it will have. And I wonder, whatever the amount of numbers, I think most of the numbers of that sale is going to come from the Jaffrey side of the property, because my understanding is the Ringe side is landlocked, which limits what can happen there, but we'll see what happens if we ever,
The access is from Jaffrey.
yeah. And it's like someone's home is there, so it's, there are reasons the numbers are so low, I think. But, we're talking about maintaining the track with the sale money, so. Versus having that land because the school cannot last forever. GGS, whatever, you understand my point. At some point in time, the community is going to need new buildings. We talked about, briefly fantasized about putting our new fields there, athletic fields, and oh my goodness, that price was so high because the land is undeveloped. It's hills and beautiful forests and not no electricity, not the ideal place to, clear and turn into flat fields. So that price tag was crazy, and it was the same thing for the CTE building. So I have reservations about selling that. I even have reservations about putting it on a warrant article, because I think if it's there, people are gonna vote to get rid of it. So, otherwise, my thought process on that.
Okay. Sandy, anything for Ruben?
No, I'm kind of with Christine. It doesn't hurt to sit on it. What we could get for it. We could blow that in a year doing just little things and it'd all be gone.
It would definitely be blown in here.
Yeah.
Yep.
And it'd be gone. And I just don't,
And we'd still have problems with the facilities. It's not like it would fix everything.
it's not gonna.
Chris, anything?
Yeah, I think to continue with the discussion on the Route 202, I agree with John, and I really want to understand the process. And, I think one of the reasons when it came up a few years ago, besides the fact that we had kind of in-process plans for it, was that I was unsure of like what really that process, like if it's a forced, like you need to sell it by this date and this is the price, we could get it even less, or maybe we don't get it. Maybe it goes back to the towns. I don't know I haven't looked into the processes of selling it, where the money would go. I think we need to fully understand that before we can have a recommendation either way. And I think that's the point that John was making, like how does the money go? How does the sale process go? What if we say, is there an option to put it up for sale? And if we don't, get an offer that we like, can we hold on to it? I think all those questions need to be answered before, certainly I'd be comfortable recommending it. I still am kind of hung up on the school care thing, that 440K, seeing that line item in our default budget. I think it's a big increase when we're talking about all of these increases. I know it's unlikely that we could pay it this year, but if you're looking at that $1.5 million default increase, again, a third of it is that school care. I think I'll probably keep bringing it up and ask, is there anything, even if it's like there's a negative impact this year, right? If there's some sort of like hiring freeze that we could at least like cordon off that $400,000. I'd just like to know what the options are. I'm not saying I'd like them, but I think taking, $500,000 out of next year's budget gives it a better chance of passing. Recognizing that there may be a negative impact this year, but I don't understand it yet. And I think my main goal is to be sure that we have a budget that passes and that we can stand behind. And I guess taking that from that to the open enrollment, I do agree with certainly a lot of the points that we've made about open enrollment, but we do have a lot of good things going for us. You guys, you've heard me say, and I'm all on board with what we've done. I think we need to recognize that we as a district have some challenges with open enrollment as well. And number one, being what families look for is stability, right? If you're going to make this big change to a new school district, stability is important. So before I think we get all hung up in this open enrollment, we need to be sure that we have a budget that we can pass. If we don't pass two budgets 2 years in a row, there's no families coming here. That may be a little extreme, but
No, that's true.
Families look for stability, right? When you're looking at school districts.
We had families leave after the incident.
Absolutely. And if you're not going to know year to year whether the budget's going to pass, that's, not something that people are looking for. I think, agree with the culture and the courses. That's sometimes hard to communicate, right? That's not always forefront. We see it. I think other people within the educational community see it. I agree with Ruben in that we need to make an effort to get that out there. Because I think you know, at the surface, the challenges that we're gonna be facing are things that we're talking about, like facilities. People come and look at the school, they look at, you know, I think we do a great job in maintaining it. People look at new facilities, you know, you're building a new school soon, you have new fields, just being realistic about what people are gonna look at. And I also, you know, with the open enrollment thing, as I've stated before, I think it's probably the way we're going, so I'm not, but I think we need to recognize that it's, you know, it's probably gonna harm, I think, or at least, I don't know what the net effect will be. I think in its current form, there's definitely gonna be some schools that win and some schools that lose. And this, to me, the legislature and the people that have put these rules and laws into place, again, they may change, but they've oversimplified this, like the money moves with the students, so what's the problem? And I can spell out like a real clear example. Let's say the state were to go to open enrollment across the board. And let's say in our district, we lose one student each in grades 1 through 10. Right? So we lose 10 students. So we're sending out, the average, say it's 16,000, right? I know that's probably low.
That's low. Yeah.
It's gonna be low, but let's say we send out $16,000 per student times 10, you know, $160,000. That's like 2 teachers. 2 positions, right? So you have a situation where it's like, oh, we have open enrollment, we lose 10 students, and now where do we cut you know, we're having those discussions. We've just lost $160,000 out of our budget with, you know, no give. What do we cut? And 75% of our budget is staff. So we look at staff, and then there's like 2 to 3 positions just by losing. And, you know, logically, the school district doesn't work that right. You don't lose 10 students and lose like all their money's gone. You still need to have the same amount. So I guess what I'm getting at, I have a hard, you know, I think it's the way it's going. I wish the finances were different. I think if the state paid their fair share of that, the finances would be easier and less harmful to school boards and taxpayers. But, you know, there's that part of me that just has a problem kind of promoting what I think is an ill-advised strategy, even if it will be best for us. And I think the other part of the open enrollment conversation that I think it kind of went unsaid last time, but I think it's important that we say it, is when we talk about these improvements, you know, in the future of our district, first always has to come the students of our district, right? And I hope that's not lost on people. It's the kids in our district that we should be doing all these things for, because they deserve it, not because, you know, 5 students might move in and we can get 100 grand. I know that we all feel that way. I just think in the messaging, it's important that we, you know, make sure we state that when we're doing these things. Sure, there may be a benefit to the open enrollment, but, you know, we should be adding AP courses because that's what our kids deserve. We should have a robust athletics program, you know, not because we can attract kids, but because that's what we believe in. And again, we all believe that. Just think it's important in the messaging as we go forward with open enrollment that, you know, the priority needs to be the kids that do live in our district already.
All right. Charlie, anything on Ruben's presentation?
No, just a question. Are we gonna be talking about open enrollment in future meeting?
Yes.
Are we gonna be talking about Route 202 in a future meeting?
I think the board will do so. I mean, Carrie and I have some work from what it sounds like to get some information regarding what a warrant article would look like and what all the options are and how, even if it were a sale, what would happen with that money.
Then I don't want to take up anybody's time today anyway, about talking about stuff we're gonna talk about anyway.
Okay.
So,
All right. And yeah, I'm good for now. Do we, any further board input?
I just have a clarification question. When with open enrollment, we talk about students coming in paying 80%? Right, is it 80% of
Hours.
hours?
Mhm.
So that when they go out, if any of our students
Yeah.
go out, we are one of the lowest, probably the lowest high school per student costs, so we would be paying.
Yeah, Messina, Keene and Jaffrey kind of go in and out of being the lowest in this region of the state. We're all in the bottom quartile of spending, yeah.
It's not big lifts.
But other schools in the area, all the other schools in the area would cost more.
Sure.
Yeah.
Some kid was extremely interested in a robotics program that we don't offer. as part of-
Yes,
Right, and so they somehow got themselves over to a school district that offered that is
Yeah.
suddenly a much more expensive school district that we're paying 80% of.
yeah,
It's the other side of what we have to think about.
yes.
So lots more conversation to have on it. Yep.
The only thing I'd like to add to the discussion is the question of open enrollment seems to be coming. I mean, it seems to be a phenomenon that's coming, but there's a lot of instability still in terms of how it would work. This whole question of whether you can set a standard for how many of your students can go out. I'm not sure how that's going to work out, or whether that will actually hold when the legislature tries to sort out how things will work. The same thing on the 80%. You know, is that the right number? Will they look at it and say, well, wait a second, look at this district and this district, what that would do to them, and no, we've got to change it. So there's still a lot of instability, I think, in terms of what the state is gonna decide.
Mhm.
And that includes political instability. I mean, traditionally, every 1 in 4 administrations is Democratic versus Republican. So if it switches there again, that could also, throw things off in a different direction.
All right, so let's open it up to public comments on your presentation. Anybody on site have comments on Ruben's portion?
Hi, I'm Richard Meller from Ringe. And I had the honor and privilege of serving on a committee with Christine and John regarding the property on 202.
Mhm.
And I was coming from the Energy Commission of Ringe with the advice that there was an ideal site for solar panels on the south facing hill of the Ringe portion. One of the features besides the direction is that visibility from 202 would be minimal, if at all, because of the standing trees. And we estimated, depending on the size of the array, that it would be a target of somewhere around 2 megawatts. The ultimate decision, I don't think we ever came to one, but it sort of faded out because it wasn't appropriate timing to develop such a structure. But with something like that as a target area and size, we could produce enough electricity for this entire school district and probably both municipalities. Now, it could go up and down from that depending on size and criteria that was developed subsequently. This was a concept approach. The point is that there's a lot of resources involved with that property that we don't have. The timing isn't right to pursue. But having it sat there for how many years, since the 80s, what's the harm in keeping it there? And I think Christine just said that if it went to a warrant, it would most likely get the approval to sales. So that's a drop in the bucket to the financial crisis, and it would be gone in 1 year. That value is much more in the future potential. Whether, I mean, the solar panels is one solution. There may be 15 others if we wait for the right moment. So I would definitely oppose putting it on the warrant. I think we need to consider that as an asset in reserve. And I obviously you have questions about the finance and the process of selling and all that. And there's a good. I think it's a wise and prudent approach to go into that and find out the actual details.
Mhm.
But to put it out as a warrant article with a less informed public than what you folks will have for information, I think that's very dangerous. And I would certainly hope you would gather your information internally and keep that in reserve for a future crisis, if there ever was one. And also the appraisal of that property is gotta be looked into more carefully. If that were to go into a residential development on the top of that hill, those properties would be a phenomenal amount with the views you got there. The talking in hundreds of thousands is too minimal. But I don't even want to go there because I don't think it should be sold at all. Thank you.
Pat Martin, Ringe. I just want to say, looking at the potential output, I mean, that he could be generating $200,000 a year in energy revenue, right? Whether you're using it here and you're not collecting taxes for it, or you're selling it for the community. A few years ago, when the study committee was done, nobody was thinking about AI or, cryptocurrency and these big server farms. And New Hampshire is like looking to host server farms. Our electricity prices are going to increase quite a bit. So the value of producing electricity will also increase quite a bit. And I would think instead of $400,000 or even $800,000, most optimistic, in one fell swoop, if you had, 200,000 year after year going up with inflation, it would be a good thing for the school district. Thank you.
Thank you both for that very much. That is something we've always looked at that as we were looking at the CTE program going there, and all conversations have been talking about the option of creating a renewable energy source there. One of my big questions becomes how much outlay cost is there? How much would that actually cost up front, and how would that be paid? And I am very curious to know if there are ways that the taxpayers would not have to build these. Like, how could this be done where the state or government or private companies are contributing to that? So there's a lot of conversations to have. Thank you guys for coming for that. Any further public comments on site? And then, Richard?
I'll just respond to that. One of the features of the solar panel that we didn't come to a definite conclusion of was based on the restrictions of the grid itself. And you have to contract with Eversource to find out what their local hub capacity is. And I think as Pat says, the increasing demand for increased electricity potential, that's going to be inevitable. It's a matter of when. But there is going to be a greater demand for electricity going forward. It probably exponentially when you think about these AI demands. So once that happens, we have a broader scope of options as to how big that array could be. And so if we're talking $200,000 a year, the payback would be maybe 4 years, and then it's free from then on for maybe 20 more years. And the technology might increase the longevity by then as well. But if you started thinking of it as a financial source for the school system going forward, it could be significantly more than that. We only size the unit according to the current demand. As the current demand goes up, there's plenty of space out there without stealing it from other potential uses, like the CTE place.
Anybody online? All right, thank you, everybody, for that. John?
I'd like to thank Richard and Pat for coming in with those thoughts, and I think they're good thoughts that we should really look into. One of the things that happened when we were talking with Revision Energy is they had other issues they were trying to deal with, maybe some staff turnover, but we never did quite sort out with Public Service New Hampshire their capacity. We had put some questions to them, but it was unresolved, I guess. And the other thing that I think is unresolved, and Pat pointing to the increased demand due to AI and other demands on the system, is that New Hampshire public policy on renewable energy has always been restrictive, let's say. And, you know, that's something that's probably going to transition over time, or at least it certainly could, because again, where there's a business opportunity, I think the state will look and, you know, maybe make some adjustments.
Let's keep having this conversation. Time. All right. So this concludes the presentation portion of our agenda.
Lisa, could I offer I have a clarifying, I was asked a question earlier and I have a clarifying answer. Is that an okay?
Yes, go ahead. Before we start our consent agenda, go ahead.
I was asked specifically if we have students who are being serviced in our district who don't live here. And I spoke erroneously. There are times when students are placed here through the foster care system who would potentially be provided services here. When that happens, we do bill for those services to the other district. But in all transparency, that can happen, yes.
Okay, thank you. All right. So we have a consent agenda that includes, and public, thank you so much for coming. You're welcome to stay for the remainder of the meeting. But we have a few things to deal with real quick. So thank you all. So we have manifests, we have payroll, we have, or actually we don't have payroll, we have donations. Hannaford Help School Program is donating to Ringe Memorial School for a total of $654. And that is going to field trips or whatever the needs are per the principal's discretion. Thank you, Hannaford. Love that. And then Ken and Mary Brook, RMS, $2,000 donation. And going towards student activities to help pay for field trips, student lunches. Oh my gosh, whatever the needs are. I love this. That's beautiful. Thank you guys for that. Thank you, Brook family, and thank you, Hannaford. Cool. And we have our stipend list as well. Are there any questions on the consent agenda? We'll take a motion to approve it.
Will we approve the consent agenda as presented?
Thank you, Sandy. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Christine. Further discussion? Do a roll call vote. Charlie, get ready. John?
Aye.
Christine?
Yeah, aye.
Sandra?
Aye.
Chris?
Aye.
Charlie?
Aye.
And I say aye, passes 600. And then we have action items, Reaching Higher New Hampshire Key Communities Initiative. So this document, I would like to actually ask us to table this for further, like we last time we tabled it to get the document and get the insight. I would like to table this. I would like us to do more research on it and bring it back to the next Monday meeting. Would that be okay?
Sure. Are there some questions in particular that we should be looking at? What are your thoughts?
I guess I didn't have enough time to look at it to give an informed decision. There's a lot of information and it's all saying very good things. I did look through, I briefly went through it, but I didn't have time to really like delve into it and what any kind of a commitment that we made would look like.
I was
That,
concerned.
that sounds reasonable, and I also think that since the recommendation that we look at it came from working together, Jaffrey Ringe, that maybe we could ask them to participate in that discussion.
That makes good sense. What were you gonna say?
I was looking at the reporting of data. It seemed like a lot of work that somebody was gonna have to do. That. You know.
Well, the thing about it, and I am sensitive to what you're saying there, that comes up all the time. We always have people coming up with very great ideas to ask for information, and it falls in the lap of Carrie or in the lap of Ruben, to get that. So we have to always be thoughtful about that. But having said that, we have heard, and we have heard that the state is more likely to do something about funding because everything, school funding I'm talking about, everything has been going in the other direction. The educational freedom accounts have gone up and they're expanded to more and more people. There's been 2 Supreme Court decisions this past year that certainly should be an embarrassment to the legislature, because 25 years ago, when the Claremont decision was made, the legislature basically kicked the can down the road and didn't do anything. And now we have 2 new decisions that specifically recommend changes in the amount of the contributions. We have a local state legislator, Richard Ames, who's introduced a bill, they call it an LSR, I guess, when you're starting the legislative process, asking specifically that those amounts be increased, both the amount per child, but also the amount per English language learner and the amount per eligible free and reduced lunch. So there is some reason to believe that could happen. I think too, we are a community that falls into the category of communities being harmed by the lack of action. And the biggest indicator of that is looking at the state cost per student data and realizing that our high school, where we're sitting, that we're number 62 out of 72. Is it that might go out?
68 out of 72 was what we were. We were 68 out of 72 last year.
68 out of 72 for the most recent data in terms of the cost per student. And yet our people think that we're spending too much money. And I don't blame them, because they just don't get enough information, or the information they get is poor. So, I mean, and all I'm doing, I guess I'm on a soapbox here. I don't think you're wrong, Sandy. It does sound like it would be work, but it might be time for us to do some of that. I know that when the Conval lawsuit was initiated, and I think that was about 6 years ago. I think at the time we also thought that, well, do we want to get involved in this? We have so much else to do. And that was understandable, but this might be our time to get involved.
And we have gotten involved with the New Hampshire Funding Fairness Project, and they actually have asked for reporting. I went to a meeting with them last week online, and the school districts there all said the time frame for the reporting. It's similar stuff that Reaching Higher New Hampshire is asking for, but we did as a board unanimously support. We say yes, we're aligning with that. It's not, these are in conjunction. I'm just saying there will be a question for reporting. The school districts all said the time frame was not reasonable for us right now with the budget season, so that time frame is being pushed off. I'll let the board know, and we can discuss what would be needed, but it's going to be pushed off a bit for that. So just to give that heads up. And I do want to, speaking of the lobbying realm, Chris, you had brought up the insurance again. I've heard nothing still, I sent back a letter that night just to the group that pursued us saying, do you want to be part of the conversation? Like, do you want your board listed as we are also questioning this? And I said, absolutely unanimously, yes, we do. And I've heard nothing. I can't even tell you how concerned I am that we've heard nothing from the state or any other people involved in this. It's been radio silence on this massive amount of money being asked for immediately. I am really disturbed by this, considering all spring, all we heard about is how bad Health Trust is for not wanting to do what the state said. And now we're getting nothing from the state on this incredible amount of money they're being asked for last minute. Like, it's a really disturbing thing. And so I'm with you. This is like, where is this money coming? Yeah. There's a lot of questions that are not only not being answered, but why are the people in charge not asking them? That's really hard.
Yeah.
So if you're okay, let's wait on, let's wait on the Reaching Higher New Hampshire. Let's get working together for Jeffrey to come in, Jeffrey Rinch to come in, give us more communication on that, okay? Before we do this. All right, any further discussion items? Okay, second session of public comments. Did anybody come online to want to talk for a second session of public comments?
No, that's right.
Okay, yell out in 2 minutes if they do. All right, so we have a board meeting coming up on December 1st, is that correct?
Yes.
And then we have a policy meeting coming up on December 4th. Any other meetings that we need to know about?
Well, we used to spend time going over our calendar, our school calendar, to see where there are events that we should be aware of as a board and maybe participate in. I think it was too time consuming the way we did that. However, if it hadn't been for Chris, I missed totally the fact that we had a play coming up last weekend, and I missed that. It's my own fault, but if I had known about it, I think I would have scheduled it into my.
You've got to get on Facebook, John.
Well, you're right, but I spent so much time online with other things. It's ridiculous. But I understand that there's a meeting coming up here at the school. It's like on December 9th. I think it's a Tuesday, and it's an event relating to the students, something the students are doing. I say this, I was on a committee call, a Zoom with Working Together Jeffrey Rinch yesterday, and we were talking about the need to try to get people in, members of the public, so that they can see what's going on in our schools. And somebody mentioned, well, this event is coming up on December 9th.
Do you mean the holiday concert?
Yes, it's a music concert.
Yeah, okay.
Well, I think there's two things. It says, I just went on it through the live district calendar and said holiday showcase and then a holiday concert.
Okay,
So
so both of them.
Whenever they talk showcase, I haven't been briefed very much on this, but whenever they say showcase, usually that's the arts or
So you
down,
walk-
or they walk around. There's a lot of displays and so forth. Maybe learners are showing their, but you might know more.
The Christmas concert and with the whole thing, yes, you walk down the halls and kids would display what's going on in the school, their artwork and those kind of things, and then you would go to the concert. Yes,
And
that's on the 9th.
yeah, and that's at 5:30 PM. Starting in this lobby.
Correct.
You can see right there. So 5:30 PM. So kind of an open house kind of a thing.
Correct.
Seeing student work and then that's really cool. Thank you for that. Thank you for that.
So,
I always have to look at the posters.
yeah,
Yeah,
so
I'm here.
at the open house last month, several of us were there, and I was roped into signing up online with my fingerprints as a volunteer. So I'm not sure what I'm going to volunteer for, but I'm officially approved. Anyway, I mentioned that because I'm wondering if we can encourage members of the public beyond just the parents to attend. And if so, how can we do that? And what are,
Facebook.
Yeah.
social media.
Because, you know, the whole idea here, and that's where this working together, Jeffrey Range has gotten together, is to try and say to the community, hey, we're a part of the community and you're a part of our community, and we want you to realize the value that we are in the community, and we want you to be present.
Wouldn't it be snazzy if, as part of the showcase, we had some sort of visual presentation of the work that's being done at the various CTE centers that our learners participate in?
It would be snazzy.
Yes. All right, I think we're at the portion where there's one more roll call vote, but we need a motion.
One more motion needed.
I move we adjourn.
Thank you, Sandy. Second?
Second,
Thank you, John, for seconding. All in favor, John?
aye.
Christine?
Aye.
Sandy?
Aye.
Chris?
Aye.
Charlie?
All right.
And I say aye. It passes 600. Thank you, everybody.
Hooray. Hooray.